whose leadership and vision are instrumental in bringing this initiative to life. And Mr. Suresh Sindhi, appointed actuary, life reinsurance and GIC reinsurance, will join us online. His expertise in the field of actuarial science is invaluable to this seminar. We are fortunate to have several eminent scholars with us today. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome Professor C. Umar, Professor Farook College, Dr. Kabir V., Head of the Department of Computer Science, Farook College, and Dr. Abdul Rashid KV, HOD Statistics Department, Farook College. We are privileged to have with us distinguished keynote speakers whose expertise will provide us with deeper insights into the field of actuarial science and data science. I extend a warm welcome to Ms. Sunil Sharma, FIAI, CEO, Reinsurance, and Professor Dr. R.P. Suresh, Professor of Practice, Vidyasit University, former Director at Accenture and Lab, and former Professor at IIM. Happy welcome to Dr. K. Aisha Swapna, Principal of Farook College. Your presence is truly inspiring, and we look forward to your valuable insights. I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sadish Bhatt, FIAI, appointed actuary, GIC Reinsurance. A special welcome to the panelists of today's discussion on building a center of excellence for actuarial science in South India. Mr. P. Venugopal, former ED, LIC of India, former General Secretary of Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai, former Chairperson, NIE, Pune, etc. Then Professor Mrs. M. Tenmadi, Professor and Head of D of MS, IIT Madras. Mr. Murshid A. Kuti Hassan, FSA US Actuarial Leader, EY Global. Mr. P. K. Dinagar, FIAI Life Actuary, Hanover, India Branch. Mr. Jayasagar KT, FIAI, FIA, Director, BDO India LLP. And Dr. Ramanathan, former Professor, University of Pune. He will join us online. We are also looking forward to the session on Vision, Mission and Objectives of MIADS, which will be led by Dr. Sette Ashraf, Associate Professor, Department of Statistics, University College, Tirunelveli. Welcome to you, sir. Insurance Institute of India, Secretary of Founder Committee, MIADS, who will be conducting today's seminar with vote of thanks. A special welcome to all students, faculty members, industry professionals, actuarial aspirants, and curiosity will be the driving force. The seminar is not just an event, it is the beginning of an exciting journey to build a world-class actuarial and data science institute in Kerala. I encourage all of you training opportunity. Once again, I warmly welcome each and every one of you and wish you a fruitful and enlightening day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Invite Dr. Farook, Chairman of the Founder Committee, MIADS.
Respected guest of honor, Dr. Aisha Sopna, Principal of Farook College, and esteemed dignitaries in and of and online. I extend a main role in shaping outstanding citizens. I take pride in being a Farookian, and I have been involved in this journey either directly or indirectly over 35 years. I started as a student here in 1985 and served as faculty from 88 to 2007 and continuing as a research aide. The Department of Statistics was established in 1984, offering Master of Science in Statistics under the leadership of Professor C.H. Yusuf. It is the first aided college in the University of Calicut. That time it's about 7th state in the university, and the second in the state following St. Thomas College, Malabar. Shortly after founding Department of Statistics at University of Calicut, department was identified as research center. In 1999, department launched an innovative BSc in Applied Statistics with Computer Application and Actuarial Science, which was the first of its kind in Kerala. At that time, department successfully placed several students, especially at Patni Computers, who were supported for Mercer, led by Mr. Karunanidhi and Mr. Vinod Kumar. Approximately 30 students received attractive job offers that significantly exceeded principal salary at that point of time. Mr. C.P. Kunjamu Sai, the manager, assisted students air ticket that time, and they were reimbursed in the same day. The Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, identified the Department of Statistics Farook College for fifth facility improvement science technology support in 2002, the first college in Kerala, correct, together with St. Thomas College, Pala. Our first successful PhD was Dr. Zadia is here. Immediately, Dr. K.K. Hamza, Dr. N.B. Samia, Dr. Juvailia, and more. The college received a 5-star rating during the initial NAC accreditation and most recently earned an A+ grade with a score of 3.51 out of 4. The next evaluation is scheduled for this month, and I am confident that the college will achieve an A++. Best of luck. The college and department are continuing this journey, and I am sure that college will become a university in the near future. Now, about us. Within India's growing economy and increasing importance of risk management, demand of skilled actuaries is only a set rise. Actuaries are right demand worldwide. There are data and statistics about it. The actuarial service sector is growing fast. I'm not going to detail of that. Here, there are authorities they will talk about that. We have the Institute of Actuaries India, a statutory body established in the Act of Parliament, is conducting courses, conducting exams for professional actuaries. The Institute of Actuaries India highlight a significant rise in job opportunities for actuaries, with the salaries increasing annually about 12%. Only one thing I need to mention, according to Department of Financial Services Secretary, Dr. Vivek Joshi, India has to rapidly raise the number of professionally trained and certified actuaries. The country should seek to increase the number of fellow actuaries. We all three are fellow actuaries here, and a couple of them are joining online. from present level over 700 to 25,000 by 2030. In response of this trend, a group of academicians and actuaries are establishing a new institution called Institute of Actuarial and Data Sciences. The institute will be located in Kozhikode and will operate on a non-profit basis. The team includes Professor R.P. Suresh. He was former IIM Kozhikode professor and was in industry with GM Motors and Accenture. Professor Ramanathan, he was former professor of University of Pune. Dr. A.P. Kudikishan, former Chancellor of Kannur University. And our industries, K.T. Jayasagar is here, Murshid Kutiasan, Dinagar. And from LIC, Mr. Surendra, Ms. Veena, Mr. Govind Menon, Mr. P. Govan. In the advisory board, we have Professor Debasis Gupta from ISI, Professor Tyanmuri from IIT Madras, she will be joined soon. Mr. Madhu V. Rao from Ford, US, he was my boss. Mr. Suresh Sindhi, he already joined. Mrs. Ruba Bhatt, Mr. Satish Bhatt, Mr. Sunil Sharma. Sunil Sharma and Satish will be joining soon. Soon we'll establish a non-profit society registration and seek sponsorship from individuals, corporates, and institutions. The immediate requirement for us would be a 60-meter square roof for classroom and office. The objective: we raise awareness, understanding, and promote actuarial and data science. Provide high-quality training, mentoring, and coaching program to prepare students for the Institute of Actuaries India qualifying examinations. Soft skill training and technical skills enhancement. Promote research, innovation, and industry collaborations. As a part of our program, as UGC prescribed as a part of FYUG program, students in their fourth year can opt to undertake research projects to earn an undergraduate degree with honors research. We'll support for that. Ensure continuous professional development, lifelong learning, and professional networking. Social outreach and responsibility. We have two programs. One is full-time. Full-time is up to for those who have completed class 12, higher secondary school. It's a residential program concurrent with the graduation. Mostly we preferred Bachelor of Science degree by IIT Madras. It is an online program. Or if students want to opt any other graduation in statistics, maths, computer science, they can opt for it. Parallel, we will give training and coaching. So through mentorship and guidance as well. Most importantly, we focused on coaching and training sessions for preparing Institute of Actuaries India examinations. Regular mock test practice sessions will be conducted to build students' confidence and exam taking skills. There is a part-time program as well that's meant for current graduates, postgraduates, and currently employed persons. The selection for the full-time would be based on entrance test, and there will be some exemption as well. We are planning to have 100 students in the beginning of the academic year. On conclusion, actual science is more than just a profession. It combines intellect, analysis, and innovation to ensure financial stability in a volatile market that we are seeing now. As an actuary, you will predict how companies should perform regarding strategies and marketing and more. In most careers, you typically work under direction of others. But as an actuary, you will take on a leadership role. I want to explain my experience with project focused on in-market while I was in Ford. That project was explicitly identifying potential customers. I collaborated closely with the Ford marketing team US. I worked with them around 1 year to understand the marketing strategies and business strategies, etc. After that, actually, once we built the model, The marketing team began to work based on our guidance, the team's guidance there, which led to excellent business performance and significant benefits of the team and food. We would fortunate to secure permanent campus here, a campus venue within SFA facilities, as this would foster beneficial partnership with the industry that yields mutual advantages. We hope so. We must achieve this soon. Additionally, we will focus on helping undergraduate and postgraduate students of Farook College build connections with industry. We will also support them in preparing Institute of Actuaries in their exams, helping them develop their soft and computing skills. The students gathered here today are being considered as a potential faculty members for our program starting in June. To become part of our team, you must complete at least 2 papers of Institute of Actuaries India in the May 2025 exam. Once you pass that exam, you will officially join our faculty and can proceed with other remaining papers. Additionally, if you are willing to work hard, you will earn your remaining actuary papers. Some of you are expressed, while discussing with the students, some of you are expressed concerns about the difficulty of passing Institute of Actuary exams. We encourage you not to be discouraged. If you are prepared to put in the effort, have a passionate in learning, and possess an innovative mindset, I'm sure you can pass all exams papers successfully. Our team is here, is guiding you for that. I also forward to your cooperation as we embark on this journey together. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, sir, for your truly inspiring words. Now, let me invite Mr. Suresh Sindhi, appointed Actuary, Life Reinsurance at General Insurance Corporation of India, GIC Re, who will share his insightful messages. Sir will be joining us online.
Yeah, so good morning to everyone present here. So, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, good morning to everyone present here. Respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. K. Aisha Sapna, Farook College, Bina Ma'am, Secretary, Calicut Insurance Institute, Dr. Farid, Chairman, Founder Committee, MIADS, Mr. N.K. Mohammad Ali, Treasurer, Farook College, Dr. Anil Kumar and Dr. Samaya NV, former heads of Departments of Statistics, Farook College, Mr. Govind Menon, Mr. Dinkar, Dr. K.K. Hamza, former Associate Professor, and Professor C. Umer Koya, Associate Professor, Farook College, Dr. Grish Babu, Head of Department of Statistics, Government Arts and Science College, Kozhikode, Dr. Abdul Rashid, Head of Department of Statistics, Farook College, Dr. Krishna Rani, Head of Department of Statistics, University of Calicut, Dr. Kabir V, Head of Department of Computer Science, Farook College, all dignitaries, guests, students, and friends. I hope that covers everybody. So it's an honor to be with you today and speak about a profession that plays a critical role in shaping economies, businesses, and financial security, the actuarial profession. In the current era, you will find the role of actuaries is significant wherever uncertainty dominates industry. So who are actuaries? Actuaries are risk management experts who use mathematics, statistics, and financial theory to assess the likelihood of future events. Traditionally, they have been working in insurance and pension domains. However, their role has now expanded into various other industries, including healthcare, banking, investment, insurtech, cyber risk, and even climate risk analysis. So, let me talk more about the expanding role of actuaries. So, actuaries have been there, traditionally in insurance and the pension. But apart from that, their recent contribution in the other areas like healthcare, maybe climate change, technology, data science, it has, increased immensely. So let me take one by one quickly. So let me talk about insurance and risk management. Insurance remains a core area for actuaries. Actuaries have been operating in the insurance domain for more than 300 plus years. They design policies, calculate premiums, ensure that companies remain financially stable while covering risk related to health, life, property, and more. Actually is the security guard sitting inside the insurance company, ensuring that policyholders or their benefits get the promised benefits in future based on some unfortunate events such as death, disability, hospitalization, maybe critical illness from the insurance company. In today's digital age, actuaries also analyze data from emerging risks such as cyber attacks to develop new insurance solutions. Now let me talk about pensions. With increasing life expectancy and economic fluctuations, ensuring financial security in retirement is more challenging than ever. Actuaries help companies to value their employee benefit plans such as gratuity, leave encashment, medical insurance plan, etc. Actuaries help governments and private firms design sustainable pension systems, ensuring a balance between affordability and security for retirees. Recently, you must have heard that central government has introduced a unified pension scheme, UPS, and the actuaries were involved in designing this scheme. So this is about pension. Now I will just talk about investment and financial services. As you know, friends, modern financial markets are much more complex and volatile. Actuaries assist in portfolio management, asset allocation, and risk assessment for banks and investment firms. Their expertise helps navigate market fluctuations and economic downturns. Healthcare. The pandemic COVID-19 we faced, 3-4 years back. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of data-driven decision making. Actuaries had played a key role in modeling the COVID-19 risk for the insurance companies' policyholders. Further, actuaries play a key role in predicting healthcare costs, planning for future pandemics, and ensuring health insurance sustainability. Now, I will talk about the recent developments which are happening around us. For example, climate change and technology and data science. So, climate change. Climate risks are becoming a major concern for businesses and policymakers across globe. Every country is worried about the climate change risk. Climate is changing very, very rapidly. And now insurance companies are also worried about climate risk as it poses a challenge in terms of potential increase in mortality risk, morbidity risk, catastrophic risk, causing the huge damage to the lives and assets of the individuals and the government. Actuaries analyze weather patterns, disaster probabilities, and their financial impact. They help insurers and governments develop strategies for disaster preparedness and climate resilient policies. On technology and data science, the rise of artificial intelligence and big data has transformed actuarial work. Actuaries now use machine learning and predictive analytics to refine their models and improve risk assessment accuracy. So, what is the future of the actuarial science? As we move further into a data-driven world, the actuarial profession will continue to evolve. Actuaries will need to adapt to new technologies, regulations, and emerging risks. Their ability to analyze uncertainty and provide financial stability will remain invaluable across industries. So let me conclude it quickly. In today's fast-changing world, actuaries serve as the guardians of financial security. Their work ensures that businesses, governments, and individuals can confidently navigate risk and make informed decisions. Whether it is safeguarding insurance benefits, pensions, managing climate risk, or innovating in financial services, actuaries are shaping a safer and more predictable future. To all aspiring actuaries, your skills are in demand more than ever. Embrace this dynamic profession and be part of the change that drives economic resilience and sustainability. My friends, if you are good at mathematics, statistics, with analytical mind, and you are hardworking, believe me, the profession and the industry is eager to welcome you as an actuary. In fact, there is a dearth of actuaries, and our country needs many, many actuaries. Currently, we are, few hundred qualified actuaries, around 600 qualified actuaries. But we want many, many qualified actuaries in this country. We want that. And these actuaries can contribute for the government, for various industries, and of course, society at large. So to become an actuary, you need to pass the actuarial papers from the professional actuarial body, Institute of Actuaries of India. Last but not the least, today the day is power packed with presence of stalwart industry leaders and renowned academicians who would be sharing their knowledge and wisdom with you about the actuarial profession. I wish you all the very best for your future career. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful words. It is our honor and privilege to welcome a distinguished personality to inaugurate today's seminar on actuarial and data science. Please put your hands together to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. K. Asha Swapna ma'am. Under her leadership, Farook College has achieved numerous accolades and has become a hub for academic excellence.
Lights, please. Respected Chairman, Founder of MIADS, Dr. Fareed, most respected Secretary of Calicut Insurance Institute, Srimati Veena, the appointed actuary of GIC, Mr. Suresh Siddhi, other respected and distinguished honorees seated on the dais, the wonderful participants, the faculty of the various institutions. A very happy good morning to each and every one of you. On this particular juncture, as I stand here, I was literally imagining the days ahead. This is nothing but something out of a Paulo Coelho novel. This was a vision which we had last year while we were doing discussions during the Board of Studies meeting of statistics and maths and so on. There is a great demand for actuarial science experts, and do we provide it was the question. There were a lot of deliberations, and we were wondering how to actually, envision this and bring it round. And here comes the sole purpose, or rather, the source of a chance of how we could associate. As we understand, Farook College has actually tread a long 7 decades of academic journey, and at this juncture, we may be actually having several viable options under IICs and IEDCs that we have, and we also have the objective of kind of working in tandem with industry. And that is a point when we also notice a surging change in the student need also. In the other parts of Kerala, we see a dearth in students taking admission for sciences, pure sciences and so on. Code, what about the Malabar scenarios? Something which actually revealed a noticeable change. We started noticing a visible change in the fact that students of, let me predict, economics, mathematics, statistics, and other related sciences have started showing an interest in associating with certain other trends. Earlier, we used to have students who used to be, very happy coveting positions in tall companies, institutions, and so on. But then begins the change. The change happens when we started aligning with the NEP 2020 and also started realizing how it is so important. People talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and how we actually started achieving it in a way. Let me just throw light on that. We started noticing a pattern of placement. Students who were not so keen on completing their degree and going for higher education progression, they needn't actually go for higher education progression was one prediction which came around. And then there were a set number of students who started seeking employment. And then came the other belt where students started ventures of their own and continued at it. So these are tendencies which are happening in our student population. And as I was discussing with Dr. Fareed was saying that we should have more students participate. Of course, it will happen. But the thing is, the milestone will be Malabar Institute of Actuarial and Data Sciences if it takes off on the right platform, in the right direction, because we do know that there is definitely a dearth of opportunities and we are not able to supply enough professionals who are well trained in the field. Now, back in 10 years ago, maybe a decade ago, we did see students graduate from Farook College. And surprisingly, as we go through the data, we started understanding that a student who has graduated, economics is later, several years later, honing himself up, gearing himself up, passing several examinations, and later ending up in the field of insurance. But it is not just insurance, it is actually dealing with predictions, anything that is related to any element of risk. So people fret about how AI is going to replace humankind. I think that is a fallacy, which will never actually come into being, especially with statisticians or mathematicians. There will always be human interactions, and it is only the brilliant human mind which is untapped for the whole macro content that is embedded in the brain, because a human brain is actually able to use its potential for the benefit. And when it is a time of sustainable goals and so on, I think statistics and mathematics and other related sciences will be able to put out graduates who will be able to use their talent and also train themselves in becoming mentors and who knows, even employers. I would like to see this particular venture, MIADS, taking off in a proper fashion. And it is also, my humble and proud privilege that Dr. Fareed, who is such an enthusiastic soul, who I have known for over, well over 15 or 17 years, that he has actually chosen to, first of all, associate with Farook College. It is indeed an honor, Dr. Fareed, that you chose Farook College, because I think he does have a soft corner for Farook College. And Farook College also, in return, has always been, having visions of how a person or other persons like Dr. Fareed associate with us. And we have even requested him to stay on as our adjunct faculty from this year onwards, and he is condescending. We agreed to do the same. Thank you so much. So it would be an opportunity for all the people who are gathered here, who are enthusiasts of actuarial science and data sciences, to look at the various opportunities that are waiting for you. This may be just an eye opener, but from the point of no return, I can predict in an actuarial way that this will actually have a tantamount, interest as well as participation from not just the industry, but I think in the national scenario also. I think we should, invent a way in which we can actually use the services of Farook College and also allow the institute to co-interact with the community and not just the population of Farook College. Farook College is actually having a student strength of 3,626 students and of course 29 different departments, but I think the sky's the limit. If we focus on this particular Malabar area and decide to work from here, this could be a trendsetter, and who knows, very soon we could actually launch it in not just a pan-Kerala scenario, but in a pan-Indian mode also. I wish the entire team all the very best. And I also appreciate the way in which this seminar is formed and being conducted. And of course, I must apologize for the delay in having reached the venue so late. And I'm also kind of privileged to stand here and also privileged to have the wonder and the honor of inaugurating. On that note, let me herewith declare the seminar of Malabar Institute of Actuarial and Data Sciences as officially open and declared inaugurated. Thank you so much for being here, and I also hope that you will benefit from the later interactions, and I also wish each and everyone seated over here all the very best. in the future, bringing a lot of predictions and life-changing events, which you will be able to steer forward. And I also hope that you will actually, contribute to the development of not just the region, but to the entire nation. I wish each and everyone all the very best, and thank you so much, and take care.
Thank you, ma'am, for your positive words. We are so grateful for your presence today. We are honored to invite Professor C. Umar Koya, Associate Professor, Farook College, to enrich our discussion. Sorry, he's not here yet. We are privileged to have not one, not two, but three distinguished keynote speakers who will enlighten us with their expertise. Here with us, there is Mr. Sunil Sharma. He is a seasoned life and health reinsurance and insurance execute with over 32 years of global experience across India, US, UK, Singapore, and other sea markets. He holds the prestigious credentials of Fellow of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, FIA, UK, and Fellow of the Institute of Actuaries of India. He officer at Korat Life. He led the insurance business management functions, including product development and product management, value management, enterprise risk management, investment risk, and investment mid-office management, etc. He was also actively involved in the actuarial profession as a current council member of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, FIFOA. Let us all put our hands together to welcome Mr. Sunil Sharma to the rise.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes.
Lovely. Yes. So I really congratulate the Malabar Institute of Actuaries and Data Science for this inaugurating this institute. Really, I think one of the most auspicious occasion. Out of this 144 years, you see that such occasions coming in. So really congratulate Dr. Farid, Jayasagar, and I think Murshid, who's been instrumental in setting this up. And really thank Dr. Farid for approaching me to address the gathering here. I think we got a lot of senior academicians, professors, and quite a few actuaries here to really address this gathering. I think I'll take this opportunity really to go back to the history of the profession. If you look at I would split the history of the profession into really three eras. The one is pre-1956, which is before the nationalization of the whole insurance industry, when there were hundreds of life insurance and general insurance companies operating, and there were many actuaries at that time working for insurance companies, whether GI, LI, etc. And there were significant growth in the profession during that period. We did not have Institute of Actuaries at that time. We did have the Institute of Actuaries of UK, and most of the actuaries at that time used to be from UK, with support from LIC and various insurance companies. And later it was the Actuarial Society of India was constituted. I think after 1956, there was nationalization of the insurance industry, where the whole consolidation happened, and the LIC of India was constituted under the LIC, and then GIC had various subsidiaries in the general insurance industry. And as a result, there was not need of so many actuaries in the industry, because you just have one LIC, and then you had GIC and few actuaries, and there was a huge brain drain of our actuaries who left the country and started working overseas, because there were various overseas insurance companies at that time. And we had a significant brain drain after 1956, and we had only few actuaries working with LIC of India and GIC and its 4 subsidiaries. And then in year 2000, that's when the denationalization of the insurance industry happened, and insurance companies were allowed to be set up in the private sector, which could be life, GI, or health. And that's when the insurance companies started looking for actuaries, and there was none. There were only a few actuaries. You had people in LIC, and unfortunately, hardly I could remember any actuaries in GIC because there was no mandate to have actuaries in GIC. And I tell you, in year 2000, we did not have many actuaries in the country. I mean, close to 200, and majority of those had retired. They were 60 plus. And there was a huge shortfall of actuaries at that time. And when all those insurance companies came to set up their joint venture companies in India, they used to have, there was a mandate that chief actuary will have to be from the overseas company, overseas joint venture partner. And so it was it's a situation, there was significant shortfall of actuaries. And since 2000, now we are in 2005, it's a new era wherein there is a huge demand for actuaries. From 200, and when I was president in 99, 2000, at that time, there was close to 400 plus actuaries, and now actually close to 600. So, but I mean, there's nothing like 600 is not really sufficient for us to meet the need of meet the need of all the insurance companies, pensions, and various areas. I think we've not even scratched the surface in terms of the number of actuaries. I'll just give you some idea of how many actuaries are there in other countries. You see, in US, you got close to 25,000 actuaries. And it's just maybe 40 crore of people out there. You got a 1.4 billion population in this country, and you just have 600 actuaries. Some 26 life insurance companies, maybe close to 30 general insurance companies. I think it's not enough. And so US has close to 25,000 actuaries. UK has close to 15,000 actuaries, and those are working in various parts of the world. And India has got only close to 600. So there is a significant shortfall of actuaries in India, and therefore we need to have more and more actuaries. And it's a country of lot of skills. The new generation is smarter, I would say, than rest of the world, and I think we can really create more and more actuaries in the country. And therefore, I think I would really congratulate on this initiative to really set up this institute where we can actually create more and more budding actuaries to really support the growth of the economy and the whole demand for insurance in the market. Some of the other things I would like to really mention, particularly to the students who are not aware, the government has recently set up a goal for itself. They want to have insurance for all by 2047. And just think about it, such a huge, large population. And by 2047, they want to have insurance for all, which is huge task. And then, and it is from the initiatives that will come really to meet. It's a huge task. And to meet this, there'll be many, many projects that will coming in. There'll be a lot of liberalization that the government is thinking, where a lot of work is going on. And you will see some in the coming year in 25. And some the key ones that I would say, I think, if you look at in year 2000, insurance sector was opened to private insurance companies with 26% equity, 26% FDI, and 74 from the domestic player. And the capital requirements was quite large. Then it increased to 49%, and now it's increased to 74% FDI. And you'll be, hearing out there that in 25, you're likely to have 100% FDI. So any of the insurance companies or shareholders from outside India can come into the country and set up insurance companies without having to have a joint venture partner from India. It's a huge change, just like the whole caution that government had in 2000 when they opened the insurance sector to now when they're saying, well, anybody from outside India can come in India and set up the insurance companies with 100% foreign direct investments. This will lead to a lot of serious players who are reluctant to come to India to set up their insurance companies where they will have their full control. So I think it's a great initiative, and which will lead to the insurance companies across the length and breadth of this country. So which will generate a lot of employment opportunities. Now, the other thing which is happening is if you look at the capital efficiency, the capital efficiency. Just a minute, I just need to switch off my phone. Actually, there's some disturbance. My apologies. Otherwise, this phone will keep ringing. So I think the other thing is the capital. If you look at as of now, there's a lot of constant in terms of the capital requirements. You need to have a large capital to set up insurance companies. And I think next year, in the next couple of years, you will see the shift from current Solvency zero capital regime to Solvency two regime, a risk-based capital regime, wherein insurance companies with a lower capital can also set up their insurance companies. And this will lead to a large number of insurance companies in the country because, the way the regulator envisage is that, the insurance companies can be in the different shapes and sizes across the length and breadth of this country. Like as of now, you got the banks, got various types of banks. You got rural bank, you got cooperative banks, rural regional banks, and large number of banks servicing the needs of the customers. And customers have different needs in different shapes and sizes. There are customers who, we have a smaller investment. There are customers who are HNI, and therefore there would be insurance companies in all shapes and size. The challenge as of now with the insurance companies is that, you're only able to serve the needs of the customers in tier 1, tier 2 cities. And, it's so expensive for insurance companies to really spread beyond the tier 1, tier 2 cities. And this will really help to have the distribution in our length and breadth of this country, which will really able to offer the customized solutions to the customers out there in tier 3 cities and the rural areas. And so on the initiative the government is taking of the Bima Sugam, I don't know how many of you, maybe people from the insurance industry would have heard about the government's initiative of Bima Sugam. And the government is creating an infrastructure really to offer the solutions or products to the people out there in rural areas or tier 3 cities. This will really increase the demand for insurance significantly. But I think having said that, when you have let's say today there are 26 life insurance companies, close to 30 general insurance companies. Think about when you have 200, 300 insurance companies across the entire length and breadth of this country. How many actuaries would you need? I mean, we have huge shortage of actuaries, and therefore we really need to have more and more actuaries. Comparing with this 15,000 in UK and 25,000 in US. Therefore, each of the institute, like this institute which have been started as MIADS, is going to contribute to supply the number of actuaries in this market. So we need more and more actuaries, and we need more and more such institutes really in the country to help our new generation to acquire these skill sets for us to develop the insurance industry. So I think it's very, very timely and really a great initiative by the institute. So really appreciate that. The other thing I want to really mention is traditionally the actuaries have been working in insurance and pensions, and people like me actually who joined LIC and then started growing within insurance company and really going beyond I mean just the life insurance products or health insurance products, and actually the people of this generation see us as the role model. But I would say I think we really need to have more and more role models beyond just the insurance sector, because actuaries globally work in many areas just than the insurance. I mean, actuaries is just not about insurance. there are much wider areas where actuaries can work. And I would say, actually, as I said in one of just few minutes back, that uh, from 1956 to 2000, the actuaries were only in LIC in India, and there was no or perhaps some actuaries were working in the pension consulting areas. But I think after 2000, there was a significant need or actuaries in the general insurance industry, and nowadays I think there is a good amount of supply on the general insurance industry. So actuaries will have opportunities to work beyond just insurance. I think they will have opportunity to work in the area of more and more work in the area of pensions, more and more work in investments area. I don't think we have many role models in India on the investment side. We need to create more. Technology is something which is changing every day, and therefore we need to be up on technology. We need to ride on the technology, I think, rather than scaring. And I've seen some traditional actuaries saying technology comes, what will happen to the profession, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. Will they challenge the whole actuarial skills? Well, no. I mean, I think if I go back 20 years back, when I was in LIC, the computer was being introduced, and there was always a fear that when computer comes, there'll be loss of jobs. Well, you need to utilize some of these technology advancement that's happening to your advantage. We used to take months to really do calculations and come up with the products on the life insurance side. But with the advent of computers, we got the speed on our side. We could do the computation was much faster, and therefore really managed to get calculation much more faster, and something that we used to do in month, we start doing in a week, or perhaps nowadays with the whole computation capacity, we can do within an hour. So I think this AI ML will really help us to act faster. And artificial intelligence obviously is the artificial. Okay, you really need to have the core behind it. Artificial remains artificial. We have to create that intelligence using the core skills that actuaries have. So I think that's an area where there'll be opportunities on the software side, technology development side, and actuaries over a period have been working on developing tools and the solutions for the insurance industry and other areas. Uh, the other area where I think we need to really work on is the risk management. I think the actuaries have not been really up there on, let's say, the chief risk manager's role. I mean, there are only a few role models that we have. I took the challenge to actually become the chief risk officer, and obviously the whole training that actuaries get is absolutely uh, you know absolutely fit the role of chief risk officers. And risk officers does not necessarily mean in insurance companies, because actuaries, by domain knowledge, really, I would say, get trained by their examination and their test in the risk management. They think risk, and what are the risks, and how to find the solutions to manage those risks, how to reduce those risks, and therefore I think this is an area wherein there's a lot of potential for actuaries to get into and really help the financial services, just not insurance, but I think banks, etc. All the financial institution in terms of the risk management, because actuaries understand the asset liability management really well, and dealing with the long term liabilities and corresponding asset cash flows, etc. Actuaries knowledge comes really handy. So I'm in nutshell, I'm just to mention few of these, but there are a lot of potential opportunities for actuaries beyond the obvious, beyond the traditional or the conventional areas that actuaries have been working on. And I think given the whole knowledge of this new generation in terms of the computation and digitization, technology, your data science, analytics will really help us to really penetrate in those areas. I mean, it's just a few. I think the sky is limit. I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time on giving example, on areas in which actuaries are working globally. And in India also, I think quite a few new actuaries have started taking on those initiatives. You will have examples of actuaries helping the Minister of Finance or Minister of the I mean say this the state chief ministers really to design the health insurance schemes for their states, some other social security benefits, helping them to design most optimal schemes. Those sort of initiatives that actuaries are taking along with the government to help them design such optimal solutions. So I think sky is the limits for actuaries, and it's just not the profession. I think a lot of actuaries have started becoming entrepreneurs now. They've started their own businesses with the consulting, non-consulting, etc. They're supporting. They set up the hubs here in India to support the overseas insurance companies or non-insurance companies. India has now become the hub for actuarial services. And I think students need to really kind of really be assured on that. I mean, just want to share with you, let's say, for example, MetLife is a classic example of their global service center. And I mean, Mushid has been in that company, and see how many actuaries are being employed by MetLife. Some of the services being offered globally across the organization from India. I mean, it's just an example, but there are many other examples in India, and a large number of actuarial students and actuaries are being employed by some of these offshore centers in India, from consulting companies, from their own service company of their insurance companies on arm, and so I think given the skill sets and the whole culture, the work culture that the workforce in India has is pushing more and more employers to really set up their offshore centers in India. And so I think the last before I think we're running short of time, but I think the last thing I would like to mention is I think this earlier generation, our generation, have demonstrated the capability that India has to offer to the world. The culture is changing. The social media and all that. The culture is changing in India. I'm saying we're catching up much faster with the European or Western, I would say, countries. We really need to stick to our roots, because that's what has brought us here now. While the social media, etc., is critical, we need to be aware of all of that. But let's say connected to our roots. It's extremely important that our work culture remains the way it is. We continue to deliver values. While the work-life balance is extremely important, it's important for us to actually think work first. Uh, that actually is the thing which has take us from where we were and where we are now. And we are appreciated by the global actuarial community about the ability of the Indian actuaries and the work culture that we have in India. So I think let's maintain the reputation that we build over a period, not get influenced by what's happening on the social media. Let it happen there in whatever is happening in the Western countries. We are Indian actually. We actually maintain our reputation and professionalism. No dilution in the quality. When you're studying actuarial science, just understand the core of it. It is different from the normal, graduation and post graduation. These are the principles, the core principles of actuaries that you will be understanding, learning. No dilution on that. Take the opportunity to talk to your seniors or senior actuaries to understand the concept, because when you're senior actuaries, when you come in position like me, nobody is going to advise you're going to advise decisions worth millions. And if you are if you're not strong enough at your education time to really do all those calculations and strong in all of those, the whole core of that, you may take suboptimal decisions. So don't really be afraid of failing if your subject is weak, but I think let's make sure the quality remains there. There is no shortcut in the life, and you'll be more successful professional if you have expertise in whatever you've been studying. So don't dilute any standards. You have to manage the standards and be deep down core of the actual profession. No no dilution on the standards of the education. And I think really India is different from rest of the world. I think it's a Gurukul concept that we have in India. I mean, just go to your teachers. I don't think there's anybody who's gonna say no to you if you get any doubts or anything and that. So I think let's maintain that that quality and then whole Gurukul concept that we have. And education first is extremely important for us from the actual perspective. And I think I'm just running short of time. So I would like to end again. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity. And I'm really wishing all the best to all the students, the academician, professors, actuaries who are there. I would have loved to be physically there, but given the time constraints, actually I'm outside Mumbai at some other place and in the hotel, I tried to really make sure that I'm able to connect with you. Maybe sometime in future, I would love to come physically, face to face, have a discussion with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your valuable inputs. Your presence have been a big privilege. Dear participants and dignitaries, we'll be continuing our session after a short tea break of 5 minutes. It's strictly for 5 minutes since we are running short of time. So that's it.
Hey, Jai Sagar.
Dr. Suresh,
morning.
just 5 minutes tea break. Can you please wait? Suresh sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Farid, but very feebly though. Can you hear me?
Just 5 minutes break for tea break.
Farid, yeah, I can see you though, but I can't hear you very clearly. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Suresh, I can hear you. What about you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's just 5 minutes break for it's a tea break. We can start within a 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I'll keep on mute. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. You also take a break for 5 minutes tea.
Sure, no problem. Hi, Ramanathan.
We'll give you a virtual tea then.
Hi, Suresh.
Okay.
Hi, Ramanathan.
Yeah, let's
Hi.
wait for that.
Going all good.
Yeah, looks like Farid has pulled out a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
So maybe it's going to be an era of actuaries.
Exactly, yeah. It's a
What I'm
big thing.
afraid is this AI agents.
No, but see,
agents.
AI is going to enter into every field. You can't avoid that.
So, I mean, things involving manual calculations, it can be done by an AI agent. I mean, you don't really, now the analyst role is also going to be less in number because
Yeah.
for example, JP Morgan has already having a AI agent for calculation of risk. So,
Yeah, that's true.
so what is happening is that the analyst job, which used to be one of the bread and butter for statistics or computers or maths related thing, this is also getting affected.
Yeah, that's there. That is the big thing, and but I think we all have to live with it.
No, we have lived our life. I'm worried
No,
about.
I mean, by that, what I mean is that
I'm worried
the whole
about the
society.
generation which is coming.
Yeah, in fact, that's a question some students were asking me also a couple of days back. So particularly when this thing happened, no, DeepSeek. So people are saying, how is going to be our life? I mean, well, will we get job? Will we get this? So there is a huge this one. But I think
this Harvard Business School, 23% of the people didn't get job this time, which is the first time.
Yeah, that's happening.
And that
That's
is with
happening
the
across the
Princeton,
board.
Chicago, and many other, well-known, even Carnegie Mellon, and I mean, this kind of top,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
schools
that's
are
right.
almost 25% less.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
of course, I mean, you can start your own, but then that is also being, affected by this whole thing, no? Because
Hmm. No, that's what I think. It is all going to be driven by a different, objective. So people were, trying to increase production, trying to increase this one. Now, what happens is that because of this AI and all these things that is coming up, so the core competence of the this one it will have to go back. So people, I think in another few years we will see that the importance of manufacturing, the importance of civil engineering, infrastructure development, all these things, core activities will come back
no,
because
the kind of work will remain the thing, but what is happening that the way it is done will be changing completely. So
yeah,
that may require less
that's what
workforce,
exactly,
that
exactly,
less
exactly,
workforce, and the
exactly.
automations and these things will be more in that context.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So that
I
way,
mean, scale
we
up,
will,
scaling up, all these things can.
yeah. So the
I mean, you
society, the
can see
world
the
as a
change
whole will
in
invent some unexplored area. See, for
right.
example, there are something which people say humanly it is impossible to do this. That's a kind of a thing that we would have identified, we would have left it. Now that will all come back. So that will all say that okay, now because of this AI, we can without much of a risk we can do that. We can invest in that. So that kind of a thing will come back. So it's going to be definitely a game changer. It's going to bring a big change in the society.
Yeah, I
People have to
even
get
started
adapted.
feeling, I mean, like, from education point of view, also, it is there are a lot of changes. And these kids, they don't really want, they can't sit for more than 1 hour, not even 1 hour,
Yeah,
30
that is
minutes.
there. Diversions
Then
and
they can't really,
distractions.
they do things which we don't even teach because of the chat GPT and other
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
Because I see first year undergrad students started applying GLM and all. And then they say, yeah, everything is there. You have, because you tell the chat GPT, it gives you, it analyze and give you the result. And now, you can be also smart. You just learn those, whatever is in that table, and then come and present. So as if you know everything left and right of it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So what is happening is that no, then there is another side. The other side is, so we start questioning the kind of old generation. We start questioning millennials or what. So we start questioning this, and then they say that okay, if it goes wrong, I have the leverage of doing it again. I mean, like in no time you can do it, repeat 100 simulation, 10,000 simulation, or whatever, change the data. You do everything. I mean, so what happens that the so-called correctness as that importance has lost.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
if it's
that's
wrong,
true.
what the hell? I mean, there's nothing going to happen. I'll just change it and do it. See, we were worrying about that correctness and sharpness and all these things. All these things are gone now.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's a whole lot of changes will
The
take place.
attitude that the way things are done, I mean, that itself is sort of.
See the attitude. See, if you look at the way we were, when we were doing the simple calculations, using calculators, we were at least knowing what is to be done, what kind of what happens when something divides by something
That
and
is
all that.
because I'll tell you the reason. That is because every match stat, if you consider, it is like this. If something is true, then only something will happen. We are worried
Yeah,
about if something is true. Because whether these assumptions are really hold or what we need to bring into that level and then do the analysis. Here there is nothing. You put it, you get it. Okay. And now you
yeah.
try to say, oh, go, okay, everything is fine. You get wonderful answer and you advise, you give this. And later, if somebody asks this question, oh, did you check the normality? Then, what is there? I mean, like, okay, let's do it again and
No,
again.
that is why these days, this explainable AI is coming. No, explainable AI is a major thing. So wherein you need to put whatever the output that comes, whatever junk that it throws, you have to put meaning to it. So that is where that is one area of work that is going on. But I think ultimately the society will get used to that. I mean, it will not accept what our traditional way of doing things. It will go to that. People have to get to that. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. So Farid,
Are they all assembling back? Okay, let me just take a cup of bring a cup of tea. Take 2 minutes.
Yes, please.
Good. Let me request all of you to be seated at your seats. I'm very much privileged to invite Professor Dr. R.P. Suresh sir, Professor of Practice at Vidyashilpi University and former Principal Director of Supply Chain Analytics at Accenture. He will speak on data science. So please.
Yeah, back. Let me share my desktop, see if you can see. Are you able to see this? Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. Okay, shall we start, Fareed or Jaisagar?
Yes, Suresh, you can start that.
Sorry? Should we wait for some more time?
Hello, Dr. Suresh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Fareed.
Yeah, you can start, please.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Fareed, for giving me this opportunity to be here. In fact, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Fareed, Jaisagar, and all the entire team for this very good initiative. Actuaries has been one of the very old subjects since the time the insurance started, because it is important to understand the different aspects of insurance process, because it is necessary for the insurance companies. I mean, good old days when there were only nationally owned insurance companies like Life Insurance Corporation of India, and then this United Insurance for non-life insurances, United Insurance, New India Assurance, and all of that. Only state-owned companies were there. So there was a lot of focus primarily on insurance as a tool to help people in particularly in the risk involved, to avoid the risk, and also as a saving. So the savings and insurance, the risk involvement, both of these go hand in hand, and so the risk coverage would be the major thing, but it was not working as a saving in the initial stages. I'm talking about 30-40 years back. There were not many money back policies. They introduced these money back policies somewhere in late 80s and early 90s, and since that time the people have also looked at insurance as an important savings as well for the future. So the society as a whole is looking at insurance in a different way now compared to what it used to be earlier. And because there were several families, several particularly the joint families were all suffering because of the high risk of fatalities, high risk of life, etc. So that's where the insurance were necessary, and the insurance was going very, and that's also when the insurance policies, the premiums were very low when it was owned by the state government, or the government of India. But today, as we have opened up, the many of the banking, insurance, and all these financial things to the private companies, there are also interesting approaches to business as a whole. Insurance companies, because they also have to survive, they have to do a business. So therefore, it is important to understand how profitable it is as an insurance insurance as an activity, as a business, etc. And therefore, understanding the risks involved in LICs and in policies or insurance policies, etc., and identifying a premium for a particular individual. Earlier, it never used to be a very big, individual-based insurance premiums. Nowadays, it is coming up. So one of the big things that you can think of is the change that is coming up in the insurance companies is that they're trying to bring in the kind of individual attributes or characteristics or demographics-based insurance premiums. So, for example, earlier, what all we used to have is that the age-related insurance, that is given that a person is 20 years age or 30 years age, and if the policy is for 30 years, what is the probability that the person would survive for the next 30 years? And that varies from the starting age, whether it is 20, 30, 40, 50, etc. So, but then here today, we also have to look at the different risks that are involved. For example, kind of whether the person has blood pressure, whether the person is prone to have any kind of a heart disease, is there a family history, what is the risk of, again, risk of job also. There are certain job related risks that is involved, persons, particularly the people working in IT industry, sitting continuously in front of the computer for a long time and, working with a lot of stress. All of these actually attributes or contributes to the person's overall risk. So there is a lot of huge data that is involved, and that is where, the data science comes into picture. So let me start with data science. What is data science? Anyone who wants to answer to this? I know it's a big classroom. Anyone who wants to start your understanding on this? What is data science? Anyone? Let me know what you understand by data science.
Can anyone say about data science?
Sorry?
Yeah, just hold on. Let me.
Yeah. You can just give it to some students. Let's see what is their response.
We are not asking, or we are not saying about that, and we should say that. Okay. Yeah, please.
What do you understand by data science?
What do you understand by data science? That's what the question is. Please. Okay. Thank you.
It's an integration of statistics, computer science, and mathematics.
Sorry?
It's a field that includes both statistics, mathematics, and computer science.
Okay, it includes statistics, mathematics, and computer science. Well, to an extent, actuaries also involves statistics, mathematics, and computer science, right? So what's the difference?
What's up?
Stats also, actual science also includes statistics, mathematics, and computer science. So what is the difference between actual science and data science? That's the question.
I'm not sure about that, sir, but I think that sense focus more on programming.
Okay, okay. Programming. All right. Okay, so you see, the idea of data sciences, there are different objectives or different activities that data science does. One is, so earlier, for example, if you need to study, if you want to understand, given that a person is of age 25 now, like you guys, what is the probability that that person will survive for the next 40 years, so that you can give an insurance policy of 40 for 40 years? How do you get that? How does one get this information? How does one get this probability calculated? What do you require for that? Anyone? Do you think as actuaries you need to calculate this?
So from past data.
From past data? Absolutely, yes. So the past data you have, for example, you have data on people who have given, who have maybe one of the past data that you have is from your own insurance company. You have how many claims you have made, how many claims people have made, or how many claims you have settled, right? So for example, the claims data, if you take, that claims data has information about what was the time the insurance policy was made, what is the age of the person, when did he die, or whether he claims the amount because of maturity, or does he claim because of death, when he or family claims by death, etc. So you understand from the past data, you calculate what is the probability. So people who have in the whole database that you have past data, how many people are age 25, and out of which how many have survived till 40 years, right? So you can compute that. So for example, if there is something like 1 lakh people of who have taken insurance from you, and who are 25 years old, and out of which, let's say that something like 1,000 people died, or 1,000 people died in within 40 years, right? 1,000 people died within 40 years, then you can immediately get an understanding that, okay, it is going to be the probability of risk is something like 1,000 divided by 1 lakh. That's your probability. That's the risk that you have, correct? But you notice that you need to also look at, okay, what is this, but you also have to look at the other aspect of it. For example, the person, whether it is a male or female, whether he or she is married or not, whether he died out of those people who died, whether they died out of any heart diseases or any kind of other diseases like cancer, etc. So you need to understand the details of it, right? And many times what happens is that you also don't know much about their occupation, right? There are different occupational hazards that people have. Different occupations have different hazards. What is the occupational hazard for us teachers? It's actually not more of a more than a occupational hazard. There is also some habitual hazard. Like what happens, we teachers have a habit of once you start start the lecture, you will complete it only after 1 hour. Before that, you won't stop. But Farid has given me only half an hour. So Farid, you have to tell me when I should stop. So that is one of the hazards that we teachers have. Similarly, doctors have different hazards. They immediately they get they treat several patients. So easily the COVID kind of diseases will spread immediately for them. And IT company fellows, they keep sitting in the. I was also one of them. So they're sitting in front of the table for nearly 8-10 hours, and they don't even go out to eat. They even bring their food and eat their own. So there's a set of people who have been eating for sitting in the table for 10 hours. So they get backache. So they become immobile very fast. Okay. So of course there are requests from some corner saying that you should make the working hours to something like 90 hours per week. I don't know where it is going to take us. So this is again another risk that you have to calculate. What is the probability that if the work hours have increased from the current 40 hours to 70 hours or 90 hours, as Narayana Murthy and friends are saying, what will be the effect of that in your probability calculation, in your risk calculation? This is where data science comes into picture. It combines data from different sources. So data science is a science which combines data from different sources, put the data together, and then see how you can take your decision. So it does. So one is that it does all the calculations. It uses the programs, as some of you have said, using your what is that, Python or R or any other. And by the time we finish talking, there will be another program. Some other new program would have started coming in. So there are so many developments that are taking place. So data science is a science which combines what is the what the data is telling, what is the story that the data is telling. That's what data science is all about. To combine or to create or articulate the information that is contained in the data. That is data science, extraction of data. So sometimes all the data may not be available in one place. For example, you may have data on customers, data on policies, their age, their income, when they started working, and all of that started your policy and all that. So you have all the information about their current, the database that you have, maybe at the time of registration. Whereas you see that today they may be working in a different environment, they may be working in different stress conditions, they may be working in different climatic conditions. All those things you may not be aware of. So you need to use what is known as a social media data. You need to use external data. You need to use their other activities which can be tracked through the social media, etc. So that is what data science is basically about: understanding data, providing information from the data, combining, first of all, combining all the data. And there are different data available in different formats. Some data is available in the format of numbers, numerical numbers. Some are available in the terms of, for example, attributes, plus, minus. Something like good, bad, male, female, age group, and stress levels. So different types of data are available. Having BP or not having BP, etc. So on and so forth. So you may have different types of data. So some are numeric data, some are non-numeric data, some are text data. Like someone says that they might use they might have put some thoughts in their social media, in the Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter or anywhere. What is that? Another one which is very common, Instagram. Yeah, Instagram stories. So what is their story all about? So how do you connect that story to their living style? How does that lifestyle helps you in predicting the insurance policies? So this is what data science gives you an idea, right? So why do we need to study data science? Because data science, it combines all the information, and we need to get a more updated and authenticated information about different aspects of the data, so that we can take decisions, more informed decisions, more uh, sort of what I would say, more robust decisions, rather than decisions which are based on just one part of the data, just whatever data that we have. So how is actually, how is data science useful for actuaries or management? Let us come to that. So as you rightly said, one of you, said that, we need to look at the past data and analyze them. So to see what is the probability that there is a risk, what is the risk involved, what is the probability of a person surviving for the maturity period of 30 years or 40 years or 20 years, whatever. And then, that is the analysis of the data. And then quantification of risk. What is the amount of risk involved? So for each segment, do we have different risks? So if a person says that he's in the age group of 35 to 45 and he has something like 2 children, and then his family, his parents, one of them had some heart diseases and all that. So how does that risk get transferred to the person's risk and all of that? So you need to quantify the risk involved of the persons, and then predict future events. Like, what is the probability that there are also, something like, you can see that, for example, if you take the life expectancy of people, have changed over the years. Earlier, the life expectancy of a normal Indian male is something less than 60 years. I'm talking about 30, 40 years back, less than 60 years. And today, what is the life expectancy? Anyone knows? What is the life expectancy of Indian male? I'm sure some of you actuaries students may be knowing this. You should know this. So it is very close to 70 now, 68 or something. You can find it out. So you see that there is also a change in the life expectancy, right? It keeps improving because of, of course, there is a saying, some of them said that earlier the risk of dying was very high, right? People were dying at very young age, but today people live longer, but they live with lot of diseases, lot of ailments, lot of health problems. So the life expectancy has increased nevertheless because of increased hospital infrastructure development and availability of healthcare. All these things have helped in improving the life expectancy, but nevertheless, the life has not been smoother either. Right. So I think that is where we need to understand how are the changes, what are the kind of changes that are taking place in the society, how is that impacting your risk factor, probability of a risk, like life risk or health, even for example health insurance also. Like, we need to, what is the probability that somebody will be hospitalized who would be in the age group of 50 plus. These days it is much higher than what it used to be a few years back. I mean, if someone says that he has not been hospitalized for till the age of something like 60, 65, that will be a very big achievement in today's context. So that's a kind of a risk you need to assess. This is not the same risk. The risk is not the same as it used to be 10 years back, 15 years back, or 20 years back. And today, you also know that there is a lot of post-COVID, particularly, there is a lot of people dying because of heart attack, especially younger people, 35 years, 40 years, lesser people. I mean, younger people are dying because of heart attack and all of that. There is a theory, I mean, rumor that it could be because of vaccination that was given to the people and all of that. But all that be the same. But there is definitely, from a data science perspective, definitely there is a change in the risk that is involved, change in the societal society, I mean, lifestyle of society that has happened. All of these are reasons for some of these things. So we need to understand the change in sector lifetimes. In fact, a few minutes back, Dr. Ramanathan and I were talking about, how the AI is making a role, how he is taking a big hit on many jobs and things like that. Absolutely, it's taking a lot of our activities. First of all, it is taking away a lot of our activities, and that leads to a lot of increases a lot of risk for us, and therefore we need to see how that actually translates into insurance companies' profitability. So these are some things that we need to understand. So that's where data science helps. And the challenges of actuaries and risk management is the exponential growth of data. I mean, this is something all of us can understand because data is growing at a very fast rate. Data on mobiles, data on so because particularly the social media data, the voice, particularly the what is that called? The pictorial data, the graphical data, or the what you call as the video data. These are all increasing tremendously. So how to extract information from there and use it for our purpose of calculating risk is one of the major things. That's where data science helps. There is also huge volume, velocity, and variety. Right, velocity is the rate at which the data is pouring into the database is very huge. So we need to, there is a requirement of taking or coming up with analyzing the data and giving the outputs immediately. I mean, almost as the data comes in, you need to analyze that and give your inputs. So this is a huge requirement. All these analysis need to be done faster. I mean, I remember when we were PhD students, we used to take at least 2 months to come up with a good analysis of the of the data and prepare for our papers. But these days you can do it, and you need to do it within an hour or two. There should not be much of a time that is left out for you. So it needs to be integrated into the system. It needs to be, the data analysis need to be integrated into the system. So that is one of the challenges that you are facing. So all those things need to be looked into. What is the pattern that exists? What is there any pattern that can be extracted from the data? All those things we need to look at. So integration of data science techniques, because historic data on claims insurance are available, but the data on health in society is something which is emerging and it keeps coming. Social media data is something, again, that is something we need to understand more currently. I mean, in the sense that I would say, without much waste of time, or without much spending much time in analyzing those, we need to integrate that into our data of calculating risks, insurance policies, premiums, and all that. And then the emerging trends in health hazards in work segments, all these things need to be identified. So all of these comes up as an additional factor. So that's where data science helps. And data science also helps in gaining deeper insights into risk factors, like what, the different types of risks, what is the actual cause, what is the reason for certain things, are there any other factors that can be accounted for, and all of that. So we need to gain, I mean, data science helps in deeper. That's where, you use artificial intelligence, deep learning systems, machine learning and deep learning systems. What is deep learning? What is machine learning? I mean, machine learning techniques such as, uh, uh, your neural networks, and artificial neural networks, CNN networks. All of these are helping in understanding the different layers of interaction between different factors. So that's where data science helps in getting deeper insights into risk factors and improvement in decision making. At the end of the day, it is also, it has, all of these have to help in decision making for an analyst, for an insurer, I mean, for an actuarist. How exactly it helps in decision making? It actually provides you, there are a lot of visual techniques, what you call as monitors in the systems, so which will tell you that what is the risk of that person. The moment you enter all the data, look at their age, look at their family size, look at their family background, what is their job profile, what is that, all that, put together, it gives you a estimate and gives you the risk involved, whether it is yellow, red, green, etc. So depending on that, the different kind of things that are coming up. So those are some of the major advantages of data science in actuaries. So those are some of the things. I think role of AI I already talked about. So because the artificial intelligence is somewhere, is trying to look at, how different factors are acting independently, and then try to see if that is changing any of the scenario in terms of people's health, people's, for example, the factors related to death. Is it changing? How is it coming up, and all of that, for different age groups, different work groups, different family sizes, levels, and all of that. All those things can be understood using AI. AI plays a major role in all our activities, but in insurance particularly, it plays a major role in sort of quantifying the risk, in sort of putting different variables together in terms of the risk of climate change, risk of people's job profile change, risk of health changes, the risk of uh, uh, societal, for example, water, pollution. All of these can be added together, put together, to look at what is the big risk that is involved in a particular age and all that. So I think that's mainly what I wanted to talk about. I'm sure Satish is waiting to take over for the next session, but I'll be happy to answer any quick questions.
Anyone has any question? Few question?
Yes, Farid.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh.
Hari?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Thank you for your interesting discussion. For need of time, so we'll have a discussion in the near future. So you will be interacting with the students soon.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, and wish you all the best, both the institute and the students.
You are part of us, actually.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your informative address and expertise in data science. Now, it's my honor to invite Mr. Satish Bhatt, FIAI, appointed actuary at General Insurance Corporation of India, GIC Re. Sir will provide insights into the future of actuarial science.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
sir, we
audible?
can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Then I think Jai Sagar is actually projecting my PPT. I have a small few. So I will. I'll continue before it comes. Yes, that's here. It is. Can I also see the audience, please? Jai Sagar, can you please switch on your camera?
The camera is on. Full screen.
Yeah, I can see now. Thank you for inviting me for this seminar. Actually, I am one among you. ഞാനൊരു കൊച്ചിക്കാരനാണ്. Fond memories of Calicut. Thank you so much. Fond memories of Calicut. Once upon a time, I used to travel in the what is that executive express from Kochi to Calicut REC. Now it is known as NIT, and Farook College is something we used to pass every day. So I remember. Also, I have another connection. One of my good friends, my classmates, his father was a professor in your college long back. I don't know even his name. So it was an opportunity to connect with that place, and so one day I'll come. Thanks Jai Sagar for this invite. അടുത്ത പ്രാവശ്യം ഡെഫിനറ്റ് ആയിട്ടും ഞാൻ വരാം. Actually, I have a board meeting on Monday, so that's why I could not make it. Our quarter end closing is happening in GIC. So that's the reason why I could not make it there. So definitely we'll make it up next time. So I am given a topic. This presentation is not seen. Can you please look at it? So I am given a topic which says the insights into the future. Yes, now it's fine. Insight into the future of actuarial science. I used to work with a very senior actuary who is 80, 85 plus now, who used to say many times that I am an actuary, I'm not an astrologer. So I need to repeat that. I am no one to predict the future of actuarial science, but there are certain insights which I definitely would like to share with you. Next slide, please. So, first of all, what you do today will determine your future. Let it be for the profession or an individual or whosoever it is. It is what we do today is going to determine our future. So we are all doing a lot of work, lot of hard work, lot of good things in for the personally as well as professionally. That is actually adding to the future of the profession. So profession comprises of members. You know, a profession is not something which just happens like that. We are the members. In the actuarial profession in India is governed by the Institute of Actuaries of India. Our ex-president Sunil Sharma actually talked to you in the morning. So that is the profession. So profession is governed by comprises of the members. There are fellow members. There are associate members. There are obviously so many student members. So that is what actually constitutes the profession, and what we jointly do. The members, and the institute, whether it is Indian Institute or UK Institute or US Institute or Australia Institute, whichever it is, this is a global profession. So once you are a fellow member here, you can be a fellow member of UK Institute or US Institute or Australia Institute or anywhere. So this is basically a global profession. And you know, if you see the act, the actuaries, there is an Actuaries Act which defines an actuary as per the act. Is a fellow member of the institute who is an actuary. So why I am telling you all these things is we need to bifurcate this into basically into two: the actuarial profession versus the actuarial degree. So I know that there are many colleges even in Kerala who are actually giving degrees or postgraduate degrees or even bachelor degrees in actuarial science. So that is actually a good thing. See, what happens when we used to study, we never when we started actuarial science, by some means we got into this profession. When we studied about this, there was nobody to support. So only the books were available. Only the institute was there. So now you have there are a lot of people. I know we even have a Kerala actuarial students and working professionals WhatsApp group, which is a very big group. I think Jaisagar is a member of that. There are a lot of young minds are there who are working. Somebody are studying. I do get a chance to interact with many. They sometimes call me, message me, and I used to speak to them. You are also welcome to join that group. So that's what makes it. So whether it is like you have to compare this with something like a chartered accountant's profession. So what is a profession and what is a degree? So there are many people who would have burnt the midnight oil, got the degree, or I would say the fellowship or the associateship of the Chartered Accountants Institute of India. So, but they are all not practicing chartered accountants. Many people are there who are working in different fields. There are many people who are practicing. So practicing means they need to sign off. Say, I am an appointed actuary. Appointed actuary system in India is sort of a regulatory position. So what this regulatory position means is I need to sign off the solvency of my company. So GIC is the largest, I would say the only Indian reinsurer. I hope you are all aware of these terms: insurance, reinsurance, retrocession, and all these things. Or if you don't know, we will have definitely another class on that. So we don't have any products. So what we do is that we insure all the insurers in India. So any company you take, HDFC or Ergo or HDFC Life or ICICI Prudential or any other company, the National, the New India or the United, our job is to reinsure them. That is actually to to take a to give them support in the what we call it as we give them support whenever they assume certain risk, they actually pass on a certain part of that risk to us. Also, what we do is our book in reinsurance, in insurance terminology, you call it as a book. So whatever business we write, about 30% of business comes from outside India. So that means I have out of the 40,000 odd crores of premium that my company writes every year, about 10 to 12,000 comes from outside India. So we have a global presence. We operate in about 120 odd countries. So that is how it works, because reinsurance is a business which needs to be spread across the world. You can't have a reinsurance company just operating in India. So whenever you are a reinsurer, you need to spread your risk. You need to diversify your risk to the entire world. So the whole of so many countries we have we may not have an operation, but we actually write business from there. We source business from there. So that is how we diversify our risk. So say, for example, I will give you how this affects us, or how it affects us is like, I know 2 days back you would have heard in US the plane and a helicopter crashed. So the risk is so diversified, especially in this aviation, or you take the January 1st week, whatever the Los Angeles wildfires and all, we will have a share, because suppose there is for example, 10,000 crores is the total loss. GIC too may pay something like 400 or 500 crores, because we would have taken a small share in that. So that is how it gets diversified. So every insurer, I won't say insurer, every reinsurer would have a certain percentage. Let it be very small. It may be something like 0.1% or 0.001%, but you multiply that by 100 billion loss, or so many crores of loss. It is a sizable number for us. So that is what. So that's what I said. Why we need. I think the need of this Malabar Institute of Data Science and all, Actuarial and Data Science, is that we need more young minds like you. We need people who can practice as an actuary. At the same time, you can also get certain degrees as an actuary, so that you know what is happening, how to do it, or what not to do. So because practicing versus working actuary. So now all the people are not practicing. So how it differentiates between a practicing and a working actuary is that you can have a fellowship from the institute, or you can be an associate of the institute. But if in case you need to practice, there are certain more requirements that you need to meet. There's something like, I need to get a certificate of practice. So I need to I need to attend certain I need to do certain things in an year that will give me CPD credit. CPD is nothing but continuous professional development. So I need to continuously develop my expertise in the field of actuarial science by doing certain things which are stipulated by the institute, and the institute every year will give me a COP, certificate of practice, and with that certificate of practice only I can sign off the balance sheet. So obviously the solvency of my company. So this is not as a practicing actuary. Working actuary, I have so many, about 10 to 12 members of the institute who are working in my team. They don't have a COP and all, but couple of them are associates, couple of them are students, and there are also fellow members who are working. But these people, they are working actuaries. So it is easier to communicate with them. So I just call up somebody and say that, "Arey, usko dekh lo," then they know what I am talking about. So we have working actuaries. All put together, the profession is very small. I know you all know that. So what determines the future? Now we need to see, with this much of information, what determines the future. My point here, my take here is that it is unknown to known. So first of all, you should be known. You should be known. Now we are all unknown. Many people ask me, whenever people ask me, what do you do? I said, I work in an insurance company. Immediately there will be people asking me about which shall I take this policy, this LIC policy or that LIC policy. Then I will say very humbly that no, I don't know, I don't work with an LIC. Then some people will ask me, then what do you do? Then to pointed questions, I say I work in a very core field of the company. And sometimes I'll have to tell them that whatever premium you pay for your motor or health insurance policy is calculated by me. So that is, we are relatively unknown. People don't know us. We need to first move from this unknown to the known. That we need to encroach that space of known. So like the chartered accountants are known or the company secretaries are known, the day will come when actuaries will be also known. Now actuaries are largely the unknown people. Only very few people know about this profession, or even if I go and tell me I'm the appointed actuary, people say, okay, theek hai, I know. They'll just get my card and keep it there, because I'm an unknown, sort of an alien, about 400, 500 fellow members in an Indian population of 150, 140 odd crores. It's nothing. So that is something which will change. So the present versus the future. What the future will do is that we will have more people who are pursuing this profession, who are actually who may become the professionals who may also work, and the profession will be known. I will tell you what you can do. I don't want all of you to. You may think that once you become an actuary, I'll be working in an insurance company. No. It's a big no. I'll tell you, I have interacted with so many people, interesting people doing so many interesting things in the actuarial profession. Just pause for a minute. I'll tell you about it. The question here is the application of the knowledge. So when I go to the office or morning, I get a call from my CFO asking that there is a problem, how this could be solved. So I need to apply my knowledge. I would have studied so many I would have studied so many things. I have passed some 14, 15 exams. I would have got a fellowship. I may have a COP. All these things are there. But still, my skill is in actually solving a business problem. So that is what you need to imbibe. Whenever you study, whatever you study, you should be able to apply that, application of knowledge. I'll give you a classic example. You are all mathematics and statistics students. When I used to do my engineering, at that point there used to be, even now it is there, it is a something known as Laplace transform. Laplace transform is a technique which is used for solving differential equations. So Laplace transform, the mathematics professor used to teach us, and we have studied, somehow we have passed it also, passed the paper also. Then came in the last final year, there was something known as, I usually say I was an electrical engineer once upon a time. My electrical engineering professor came and he came up with the thing is a power system stability. And he was talking to us, he was lecturing on the power system stability. He said, this is a differential equation, how can you solve it? So he said, you use that Laplace transform to solve it. So mathematics class ശീർഷാസനം ചെയ്ത് നിന്നിട്ടും പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ലാപ്ലാസ് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം electrical engineering professor apply ചെയ്ത് കാണിച്ചു തന്നപ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലായി. So that is the beauty of this science. So we are not studying. I don't want you to solve big equations, big solutions and all. Go to the basics. Go to the basics and say, I am using this principle and I am here to solve your business problem. We are expected to solve business problems. So that is what, and the business need not be like, I won't say it is always like the insurance company or pensions or investments or banking and all. There are more interesting things. I know people who are working in these interesting things. I'll come just for a minute. I'll pause that and I'll come to you. I'll tell you that. So solving a business problem is important. So your knowledge and skills, obviously you need to acquire the knowledge and skills to learn whatever is possible, whatever you get. Nowadays, in the last 10 years or 15 years or so, it has become much easier. Just Google something and you will get it. There are a lot of information that is available. You don't need to search. You need to search in the books. And obviously, when you are studying, you have the textbooks, you have the material available. But still, you can have so much of information anywhere available. It is available on the web. Everything may not be reliable, but still you have something. You have so many technical papers that are. So acquire your knowledge and skills. And that is what I said. My first point, what you do today will determine the future. Your future as well as the future of the profession. Profession is comprising of you guys. I am a part of profession. You all student members, you may not be student members of IAI, you may not be student members of IFOA, but if you are into this actuarial profession, if you are studying the actuarial science, if you are applying the actuarial, knowledge and skills to a business problem, then you determine the future of the profession. I know this is becoming very monotonous. In case you want to ask me any questions, I am open to that. If you want something, you can ask me now, or let us leave some 5 minutes at the end of the session for questions. I can also share my email ID. You can also become a part of Jay Sagar is already there. So I have nothing more to say. Whatever I can say, he can help you. Contact any of us professionals where one thing I can guarantee you, you ask me a question, it will definitely be answered. There may be a delay of day or two, but you have to ask the questions, then definitely we will answer that. Next slide, please. So I have put a small SWOT analysis here. I hope you all know what is a SWOT analysis. So what are our strengths? Let us see what is the strength of it. Our strength is our knowledge. Our strength is our skill. We have certain knowledge. We have a certain amount of skills to apply that knowledge. That's what I said. I still remember my Professor Abraham of my engineering days when I apply certain techniques to it, because that at that point itself, we got an insight that whatever mathematics, whatever statistics you study, that needs to be applied somewhere, because unless and until it is applied, it is of no use to anybody. We may do a research, we may go into a profession, we can take PhDs and all, but unless and until it comes into an application, and that is the beauty of an actuary. Whatever he has studied, he applies it. So every day I get a new problem. I just don't sit in my office. Every day there is a problem. Now what is that? The accounts are being closed, the auditors are there, and we are a government company. So what happens is that it is not only the auditor, it is even the CAG will ask you questions. So there may be even questions coming from the CAG of India. So our company is being audited by CAG, a listed company. So there are investors who actually ask you questions. There is an investor meeting. So you need to apply. It's not that everybody is an actuary. Whosoever asking a question, you should have those knowledge and skills to communicate to them all these complex technical know-how applied to a business solution that will ultimately be communicated to the stakeholder. It may be an investor who would have taken or who would have bought about 10 shares of my company, but he will come and ask you a question and you are bound to answer him. So that is how it works. So professionalism, we are known for our professionalism. So what is a professionalism? Professionalism, we just don't do our jobs. We are professionals. You can have, I would say, just go and sit in front of a doctor and see how he works, how he 1 hour or half an hour when you just go and observe a doctor. see how he operates, or how he consult his how he speaks to it, or how he does his day-to-day work. That is sort of professionalism. So a chartered accountant, he's a professional. A lawyer is a professional. A doctor is a professional. There are so many professionals out there. So we are sound professionals in this field of in this actuarial domain. We have a 360-degree view. I can't go and tell my CMD or my CFO that my statistical book says that this is the reserve you have to keep. No, nobody will allow me that. I need to give a 360-degree view. I need to look at the business. I need to look at how the business performs. I need to look at how an investor will take it, or how the marketing is happening. So this is an actuary is all being an actuary. If somebody have not told you, the students and members of this this Farook college, or your members of this community, that you need to have a 360-degree. I am telling you today, you apply your knowledge, get a 360-degree view. That is why this actuarial fellowship exams are little difficult, because they just don't want you to, they just don't give you a formula and ask you to apply here or there and give an answer. You need to give, especially, I don't know whether you are conversant with the syllabus of the becoming an actuarial fellow. There are certain known as application papers. Those are the specialist application papers, or essay papers are called. There, your knowledge of how you apply that your techniques, the 360-degree view is being examined. Weakness, I won't tell you the weaknesses, obviously not. Two things just I noted here. Small community, I told you about 400 people, 400, 500 fellows, or maybe all put together, maybe about 10 or 12,000 people, which is still a very small community. Nobody knows us. So that is one of our weakness. Continuous learning. I won't say why I put it under weakness is because it actually drains you. See, I can't be away from the profession. I just can't say, oh, I didn't know that. I don't have that option. So I need to do my continuous learning. So that is a problem when compared to a job or working. Somebody who is having a job as in an actuarial company, in an actuarial department, and someone who is actually what do you say, a professional. The professional, he does the continuous learning. So every moment we learn. Opportunities, sky is the limit. That's what this is the point I wanted to tell you. 2-3 years back, during the COVID time, I don't know. You may be aware that Institute of Actuaries of India conducts something known as Global Conference of Actuaries. It is happening every year. Usually it happens in Mumbai. I think this year also it is in Mumbai, and 18th and 19th of March. There is a global conference all over the world. You can just go to the Institute's website and see. You will get how to register for it. You may, in case somebody is interested, you can come there. You can see how that profession is actually shaping up, or what is the past, current, and future of the profession. Everything you can see there. So 2-3 years back, during the COVID time, we could not conduct this global conference of actuaries. So what we did was, we did a virtual conclave. Virtual conclave is something like this. Some people sitting at their own places. We had a platform there, and you won't believe what we did was, we could bring in people who are in the completely non-traditional area. Traditional areas, you can work in banking, you can work in finance companies, you can work in mutual funds, you can work in insurance company, general insurance, pensions, all these things. But I am telling you, you have an opportunity as an actuary to work in the field of gaming. I know people who are working in the field of gaming. So all these gamings that whatever games that you are seeing, there are actuaries working in that. I know a couple of guys in the international, even in India, I have a friend who works in the field of gaming. Maybe going forward, you can have a session on him. We will arrange for it. You may connect with us in case you are interested in that. We can definitely arrange for someone who is working in the field of gaming. There was another person. Obviously, I don't want to name them in a public domain, so that's why I'm not naming them. These people are all available on LinkedIn and all. There was another professional and fellow actuary who is working in Australia in the field of electrical power distribution. In Kerala, how difficult, I don't know. Once upon a time when we used to in Calicut, the bulbs never used to, the bulbs always used to glow like a, candle. So that was but now I hope it has improved. Electrical power distribution. So what an actuary can contribute in the electrical power distribution field, it is a totally different area. But there are people who are working on that. So these are the two examples I can give you. There are definitely more examples where actuaries are working. So you have don't think that I will get bogged down to calculating insurance policy, or don't look for a job in LIC or GIC or any other insurance company. Think big. Think big is like you aim a star, you will shoot a tree. All these 400 actuaries here, including me, we have all aimed the star. That is why we have become, we are able to shoot the tree. Don't think that, I'll get a job in, many people ask me this question. If I pass these papers, will I get a job? I used to say that you will definitely get a job. There's no doubt. There's a lot of work available, but you need to aim high. So whichever field you want to do, you have an opportunity. Traditional, non-traditional area. I think I hope I'm not overshooting the time given to me. Threats. I think a lot is talked about AI. I'm not sure. People ask me this question, whether AI will replace an actuary. I would say no, because there are so many reasons to it. All this I put together. Actuary is not a person who is just a power source of knowledge. He has got so many other skills and other till now, whatever I have told you, all these skills are there. If all these things could be, a human being could be replaced by an robot, then possibly yes. But I don't know how much time it will take. I'll just come to two more points over here. The unpredictability. The world is becoming unpredictable. You will not believe. I am tracking about 70 catastrophic events that have happened all over the world, in which my company has got an exposure. So I have a list of events. This hurricane, that hurricane, this earthquake, that earthquake, this flood, that flood happened here in somewhere in Japan, or somewhere that has happened in the USA, or somewhere has happened in the Europe. I have this list. And that list is increasing. The unpredictability of the world is becoming more unpredictable. And an actuary can bring more predictability to the business that is actually into the field. Like I am in the field of insurance, so I am telling you, but there are a lot of things you can do. Then there are a lot of expectations. So expectation is a threat. People expect from you. The government has a great expectation from actuaries. The government of India has said that we need this many people. Now, the Wayanad landslide that has happened, or even 2018, there was a flood in Kerala. Likewise, so many things are happening. So many catastrophic events are happening all over the world, all over India. Forget the world, all over India. Government of India is taking a lot of steps to actually how to mitigate these things. Mitigate in the sense, we need to be highly responsive. We need to take care of the people. We need to fund them. We need to rebuild this thing. So for which a lot of actuarial participation is required. I am member of one of the committees. That's what I am telling you. So there are a lot of expectations. Next slide, please. So budding professionals like you are the future of actuarial science. That is all I would say. You just build yourself. you become a very good professionals in this field of actuarial science, no matter where you study. You are all welcome to join the profession, take the student membership, pass a few exams, and actually contribute to it. You will never regret for whatever you have done. That much guarantee I can give you. It is a very rewarding profession, and it is also a profession which gives you a lot of satisfaction. So we are so happy that we have been able to solve a lot of business problems, a lot of technically as well as non-technically. Also, we are, I would say, from the compensation or the salary perspective, also actuaries are one of the professions where we are paid very much well compared to the other professions. So join us. Let us all make this the future of this profession much brighter and what you say, more bright. Next slide, please. So any questions, you can reach me. I have given my official email ID. Please reach out to me, or my friend Jaisagar is there, or any one of your it's not in the current days, it's not at all difficult to reach somebody. It is possible. Drop us a mail or drop us a message or something. We are there with you. So thank you so much. I hope I have not overshot my time. In case there are any questions, I am happy to take them. I can't hear you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Your expertise has enriched our discussion today. Let's continue the session after a lunch break of 30 minutes. We have provided lunch at the college canteen, which is on the right side of Raja Gate. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks.
Just announce. Please, otherwise they will go now.
Please wait a minute. We are now presenting a slide of Indian Institute of Insurance. After that, we'll go for the lunch break.
Just 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah, please. Yes, please. Yes, sir. Push it. Just a photo.
Dear friends, I know you're all hungry. Just want to tell you because we've been discussing about actuarial science, and this program has been partly sponsored by the Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai, because that is one of the prime institutes which promotes studies in insurance. So once you take up actuarial science, on the side also you can pursue this Insurance Institute of India. So there are about 91 odd institutes in India. So you got an institute in Trivandrum, one in Ernakulam, one in Kozhikode. So we don't want to confuse you much. So we just wanted to tell you there's a Insurance Institute of India. This has got a lot of courses, 50 odd subjects are there. You can select a few subjects, and at the end of the day, you'll be a fellow in Insurance Institute of India. So that is just what we wanted to spell out here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What time you should listen?
1:45. Half an hour lunch.
Yeah, just 1:45. നമുക്ക് വേഗം പറഞ്ഞ ടൈമിൽ തന്നെ ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യാം. ലൈറ്റ് തുടങ്ങിയാൽ പറഞ്ഞ ടൈമിൽ തന്നെ ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യാം. സെക്കൻഡ് സെഷൻ കുറച്ച് ഇന്ററാക്റ്റീവ് ആയിരിക്കും.
30 minutes late.
I'm requesting you all to be seated here at 1:50. Thank you.
എന്തിനെ അറിയുന്നവര് കൂട്ടിയിട്ട് പോകണം കേട്ടോ.
College can വരുന്നത് the main entrance in the right side.
നമുക്ക് വേഗം കഴിച്ചു വരല്ലേ? ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാൻ
കൊടുത്തില്ലേ? സംസാരിക്കാം. ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചു.
അന്നേരം അതിൽ ഓക്കെയാണ്.
In the
ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ കോഡ് വേണം. ഇന്നത്തെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ
കോഡ് ഇതില് വരുന്നുണ്ട് 325 വരുന്നില്ല. ലാപ്ടോപ്പിൽ അടിക്കണ്ടേ?
മൊബൈലിലുണ്ടോ? അല്ല, ഇത് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയില്ല. എന്തോ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ഫ്രീ ആണ് ജഹർ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് അല്ല സെഷൻ ഒരു നമുക്ക് അത് ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തോ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട്
കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ല.
നമ്മളോട് ഓഫീസിൽ നിന്ന് പറയും അല്ലേ ഓൾറെഡി കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല.
ഉണ്ടാവില്ല, കാരണം ആപ്പിളാണല്ലോ ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ. ഐഫോൺ ആണെങ്കിൽ ഇതൊക്കെ സാമ്പിൾ അടിച്ചതാ. ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കോഡ് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. ഈ വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഈ പാസ്പോർട്ട് ഒന്ന് എൻ്റർ ചെയ്തോളൂ. അതിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്ത് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസും ചോദിക്കാം, അനോണിമസ് ആയിട്ട് ചോദിക്കാം, പേര് വെച്ചിട്ട് ചോദിക്കാം. QR കോഡ് ഞാൻ ട്രൈ ചെയ്തു, അത് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അതിനേക്കാൾ നല്ലത്
ഏറ്റവും നല്ലതാണ് മൊബൈൽ നോക്കിയാൽ പോരെ. ഞാൻ നോക്കട്ടെ, സംസാരിക്കാം.
ഇതാർക്കെങ്കിലും കിട്ടിയോ? നോക്കൂ,
കുറച്ചും കൂടി എളുപ്പമാണ് അത്ര ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടാൻ പ്രയാസം. ബാക്കിയുണ്ട് അതും
ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ അല്ലെ? കോഡ് എൻ്റർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
പാർട്ട് ടൈം ഉണ്ട്. അതെങ്ങനെയാ പാർട്ട് ടൈമിന്റെ ഓരോ വിധത്തിലാണ് ഒബിജസ്റ്റ് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുള്ള ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചാല് അത് ഇപ്പം കുറച്ചും കൂടി ഫ്ലെക്സിബിൾ ആണ്. ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന അല്ല, തേൻമൊഴി ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തില്ലല്ലേ? തേൻമൊഴി ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തില്ലേ? വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ദേഹത്ത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്
അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ഒന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ടേ കോഡ് കൊടുത്താല് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം. ആ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇപ്പോഴല്ല അപ്പോഴല്ല സമയമില്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നീട് അത് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യും. കിട്ടിയത് വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ കിട്ടാം, ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്തോ.
ഡിസ്കഷൻ രാംനാഥ്
അത് ആക്റ്റീവാക്കി
Department of
Management Studies.
Dr. Ramnath.
Okay.
Former professor of statistics. University of
Hello, can you hear me?
No, sorry, no respond.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Professor Tanmuri. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah. Good afternoon. We are starting our session.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm seeing only a small slide, Word doc slide. I think you have to share some other screen.
No, please share.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Professor Mrs. M. Tenmuri, Professor and Head of Department DOMS, IIT Madras. Let's give a big round of applause.
Your mic is on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, hello.
Can you please quickly log on to this website in your mobile? You can type any question. Please, we're going to change the screen. Login to that forum में just देखा है जब screen automatic है उनके type में questions type किया मैंने मेरा ऑप्शन नहीं अगर discuss करना
Let us please invite Dr. Ramanathan, former Professor of Statistics, University of Pune, to the dais. We have now reached the most exciting part of our event, the panel discussion. Unique opportunity for us to hear from our esteemed panelists who are experts in the field of actuarial, and the discussion today is titled Building a Center of Excellence for Actuarial Science in South India. Let me invite Mr. Govind Menon, Voting Council Member, Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai, as the Let me also invite the panel members, Mr. P. Venugopal, Professor Mrs. M. Tenmuri, Mr. Murshid A. Kuti Hassan, Mr. P. K. Dinagar, and Mr. Jaisagar Nike. Let us give a big round of applause and invite them to the panel.
Video on
അല്ല അത് ഇവിടെ ശരിയാക്കണം
Camera on അല്ലേ?
അതെ
മറ്റേ ലാപ്ടോപ്പിലെ ക്യാമറ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യും. ഇവര് പോയോ?
ഇല്ല അവരവിടെ പോയി
അല്ല ഇതില് ക്യാമറ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നില്ലേ?
I think
കുറച്ച് ഡാർക്ക് ആണ് എന്നാലും
കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല.
ഇല്ല വരുന്നുണ്ട് ഇപ്പോ.
വരുന്നുണ്ട് ഇത് കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. Actually, it should have been, I think, is using the laptop camera.
അല്ല
ഇത് ലാപ്ടോപ്പ്
അത്
ക്യാമറ
ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല
ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് ക്യാമറ അല്ല മറ്റേ അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കും.
അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കില്ല അവരവിടെ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്
അത് ഓൺ അല്ലാന്ന്
Shall we start? Dear friends,
So we're not able to hear you.
ma'am, can you hear us?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. So we have already our students about what actual science and data science is, how it is closely aligned. So now we are entering the most exciting phase because we want the students to be in focus. So I first of all invite you, ma'am, to this very exciting session. As far as you are concerned, you are the head of Department of Management Studies in one of the most highly acclaimed, academies in the world, that is the IIT Madras. So I invite you, ma'am, first of all, to this interactive session. So I also invite P. Venugopal, who is on a flight from Madras to Calicut, so he won't be able to attend this session, but he has wished us good. So Mr. P. Venugopal was a former executive director of LIC of India. He was the Secretary General of one of the most prestigious institutes, the Insurance Institute of India, and former chairperson, professor of NIA Pune. I also invite Mr. Murshid, who is one of the global leaders as far as actuarial studies is concerned. He's actuary. So I also invite him because he is also a native of Calicut, so we can have his presence off and on. I also invite Mr. P. Dinakar, who is also from Talcheri, so we can hope that his presence. Okay. So we can hope that his presence will be here off and on. And Mr. Jayasagar, who is a very close friend of mine, who is actually the brain behind this program. So let us give him a very big clap. And I also invite Dr. Ramanathan to this session because he has also been advising us on various counts. So I invite all of you to this very vibrant interactive session. So I hope you people will be in a position where you can perceive yourself to be the actuaries who drive this country maybe after 4 or 5 years. So you have to perceive those things and be in a very vibrant interactive session. So first of all, let me pose a question to Professor M. Tenimori, because Madam, with your wide expertise, how do you perceive the actuarial field and it to data science? Can you give a brief glimpse about?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me for this session. I'm very happy to be part of this initiative. Yeah. Coming to actuarial, I think I feel that still there's the demand far exceeds the supply, and there's always a lot of requirement, and particularly with the development of the digital technology and a lot of fintech adoption is happening. I feel that actuaries are needed more than ever. Right now, I'm just looking at, there are more than about 110 insurance companies are there, and a lot of fintech adoption is happening. So everywhere people need to look at in terms of how do I try to measure the risk here. And I think in that sense, there's a lot of opportunities. And I think youngsters can also choose this as a line for their career here. And I think that's what is something that you're looking at. And both, not only in terms of, I think people may have to look at different domains where there is a lot of requirement. One is even in terms of investment companies, look for these type of talents here because they use nowadays actual techniques for the use also. For credit risk analysis also. Use of this, and for pension companies, always we know that pension companies and if it's actuaries are very popular, so there's a lot of requirements are there. And coming to, I think you're also mentioning about data science. I think actual data sciences is also a lot of requirement is there, by use of machine learning and big data analytics for prediction, and as well as applying these tools for insurtech, health tech, and financial services is also growing here again. So these are some of my thoughts right now. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So as Mr. Murshid is a practicing actuary in this domain, so I just wanted to ask him, taking into account that there are a lot of avenues open for the actuarial science as well, analytics and big data and all other things are involved. But why is there a shortage of actuaries in India? But at the same time, there are a lot of actuaries in this United States, because he goes to the US off and on, and there are about 25,000 odd actuaries in the US, but only 15,000, but only about 650 odd actuaries in India. What could be the possible reason?
Thank you for that question. So so even in the US, there are many people who don't know what actuarial science is, but that situation is much worse in India, right? People don't know about it. If you look at people who have become actuaries in India, most of them are people from northern India who are from commerce background. And the reason is that there were some coaching institutes that started heavily advertising maybe a couple of decades ago and attracted the commerce students to go and take the actuarial exams. But the most suitable people to pass the actuarial exams are statistics students. Because you guys already have, if you are from statistics background, you guys already have a very strong background with respect to some of the most difficult concepts. I also want to add one thing that is very important regarding actuaries, right? Now, actuarial profession, CFA, quantitative finance, all of these come under risk management. And all these professionals compete with each other. But there is something very special about actuaries. And that is, if you want to sign a document for an insurance company, for it to be legal, in regulatory circumstances or product marketing, only an actuary can do that. If you have a PhD in finance, if you have a PhD in natural science, you still cannot do that. That is a legal requirement, right? So if you become an actuary, there is something already set out for you where no other professional can compete with you, right? So that is a specialty. The second thing is that once you pass one exam and get into a company, you get study days and you get raised every time you pass an exam. Every company does that, right? There is no other profession I can think of. So I really don't know why people don't do that, right? It's not like your manager can decide whether you get a salary increment or not. It is in the policy, right? And generally, if you pass all the exams, your salaries go up by maybe 10 to 12 lakhs, any company you are. So basically, if you pass all the exams and if you have 10 years of experience and your work is reasonably good, in the current market, people will be making 40 to 55 lakhs fixed salary if you are a qualified actuary. So the profession is extremely promising, and the opportunities are there. And because people from quantitative, there are a couple of issues with respect to Indian market right now. People from quant background like stat, engineering, math, physics, people are not doing actuarial exams as many as people from commerce background. But commerce background people, they don't have a lot of math skills, right? Because they are in commerce, some of them are exceptions. So you guys have a real opportunity to step in and pass those exams. The other thing I want to say is, you don't have to pass all exams. The skills that you learn in the first few exams, you can apply in a variety of professions, right? So if you change your mind after some time, it's still okay. You would have made a huge difference in whatever thing that you're going to go into.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to ask Dinala sir, regarding the see, a lot of artificial intelligence is involved, and we have already understood that artificial intelligence, even if it is generic artificial intelligence, after a certain stage, it can't replace human intuitiveness. Okay, so how do you perceive the actuarial science going forward and the advent of artificial intelligence?
Thank you. I think that's an interesting question. Some of these things, or maybe the responses are like given in the earlier presentation. For example, Sunil, Sadish, they all covered some of these points. But I just want to put it in a very simple thing. Insurance companies, they generate or collect a large amount of data on a regular basis. But yeah, there is a data. What it gives is, it gives a very good opportunity for us or the companies to transform from the way they do business, or they do or understand the market, or how they service the customer. Because again, this is a point, and actually, he should always remember, that is, he or she should always remember, there is a responsibility of managing three stakeholders. Who are them? One, obviously, we have Institute of Actuaries or the regulator. Second is the shareholder, definitely. And third is the customer. So you need to be fair to all the people. So that is one, that is where, if you look at the institute, there is a professional context standard, right? It is very detailed one, where our duties and responsibilities are really outlined, and we need to comply on a regular basis to the institute. That is, we are being complying to all the guidelines issued by the the institute. So now coming to the point, when you have a data, but just having a data won't be sufficient, right? Now, what we have to think about is how we can derive value out of the data, right? How we can do it. We have to do a detailed analytics, right? That's a point. That is where the data scientist or data analytics comes into importance. Now, just data analytics is more like our Suresh sir said, it's a data mining, getting all the insight. But it has to be implemented, otherwise we don't get the value out of that one. There lies the business expert, or the one who has got the good knowledge of the business. That is where the actuaries come. Because if you look at the curriculum, yeah, initial papers are more pure statistics or mathematics kind of things, or economics or accounts. But later when it comes to, because all talk about the subject or the, say, life insurance, health insurance, for a business standard, right? Or what are the details one should be aware of the certain line of business, and the risk management, all those things are covered. So that's why, it is a very important. I see there is no threat. In fact, it gives an opportunity for an actuary to be shining much more or innovative much more. I will give you some examples. If you remember, pure term product. When I started my career, the term product used to have very expensive. The premiums were very expensive. One of the reasons is used to have a lot of cost of subsidy, because we don't have the analytics tool or anything. So we say, it is okay, medical or non-medical. That's all the differentiation. But over the period of time, the advent of the AI or the more data analytics tool, we sharpened the price. And now you can say, if what do you call a particular customer or HNI, we call it as a high net worth individual or high quality individual, we can offer a lowest premium. So the cost subsidy has been moved away. That means you are pricing based on an underlying risk associated with some group of people. That is the beauty of the data science or the analytics. So in my view, AI won't help or the what do you call now, impact the actuarial in a adverse way, whereas it will only provide a challenges or an opportunity for an actuary to be more innovative. There are many examples I can in practical also. For example, what you call risk scoring model is another new thing, sir, which is what is does it actually it identify a particular life at an onboarding stage, and then it will say that particular there is a fraud, there is a suspect of fraud. That person will be scrutinized much more vigilantly, and then look at how we can price that particular person. So it's a very advanced level, and we are all extensively, the companies are extensively using the artificial intelligence to do all these things. Thank you very much, sir.
So I would like to pose a question to Dr. Ramanathan also. He being a very senior resource person in the industry. So how can we maybe means encourage more and more people to take up actuarial science or maybe data science, because there are a lot of people who think it's a very esoteric thing, it's not in our domain, but after attending the seminar, a lot of students who might be encouraged to pursue this career. Can you throw some light on it?
Yeah, thank you for having me. So it was nice to see Professor Tenmari after a long time. Good afternoon, ma'am. So the question is that how to motivate students to come to the actuarial profession. Well, I can share my experience. For example, in 2010, we started a master's program in actuary. Nowadays, it is very common in many colleges, especially even in Kerala. I think Mar Rathnasir's college has a master's science in actuarial statistics. Satyasai Institute of Data Science and Actuarial Statistics, which is in, I think, Prashanthi Nilayam. So it is becoming more and more popular. But we started sometime in 2010, and then the first time the insurance sector opened up, I think it was 29%, as I think Sunil Sharma was talking today morning. So what has happened that, the problem from the students, I think this is the bottleneck. I don't know how many of you thought about that. The bottleneck is that students think that you need to clear all these papers to reach to a level where you can be employed as an actuary. But that is something, and it is a big bottleneck. It takes a long time that, I mean, long in the sense that, of course, if they start from beginning, by the time they do undergrad, couple of papers they clear, maybe in another 2-3 years, they will be able to do that. But we need to actually start this, or sort of, campaign very beginning. This is like, CA, for example, if you look at the CA, see, the chartered accountant, usually people used to start after graduation. But now, maybe a couple of years back, these things have changed. And then you have internship. Even 12th standard students start to, start going for the coaching classes, learning the internship in between, and then get into that. Now you can even see that 21-year-old chartered accountant. So what is happening is, there are cases. So what is happening is that this actuarial, because one fear from the students that, oh, I have to pass almost 16 papers, which include project, which include so many things, which may be little difficult because, so this is something fear. So we should actually clarify them what is the avenue in between. For example, if you clear 4 papers or getting into somewhere in between, I mean, this was the case with most of the exams. Like, I remember when I was in Reserve Bank, there was CAIB, Certificate Association of Indian Institute of Bankers. And there's so many papers. So what happened that if subsequently, if you clear 4 papers, you can become a certified person. I mean, somewhere in between, you may not be reaching the whole CAIB qualification. So I think this awareness we should spread. Okay, if you clear even 4 papers, here is an opportunity in the insurance industry as well as, of course, now it is not confined to insurance industry alone. You name it. I mean, you have climate, you have problem with AI, you have problem with everything. I mean, everywhere the risk. So the risk is coming in various different ways. That itself is a risk. So we need to really have people to address these issues. In fact, just very recently, couple of students, they are working with me on how to do responsible business. And responsible business, like now SEBI is actually aligning with national voluntary guidelines, which is a kind of Indian version of ESG, and then try to see that how the companies sort of start reporting how they are being affected by environment, society, and governance. What I'm trying to say that the kind of you have to really look at various other aspects, and we should actually popularize this with the students. There are opportunities even if you clear certain number of papers, and this should be very clear to the students. I think this is one of the reason, according to me. Yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Jayasagar, he always tells that you must love the subject. Okay. So it's just like an Olympian. Like you might have heard about Michael Phelps. He was the first person to get into the pool and the last person to get out. So you need to have a lot of perseverance. So let me ask Jayasagar sir, whether see, I can see a lot of young faces who want to get into a career, a very worthwhile career. So is there a chance that these young minds can pass a certain number of papers and pursue a career and go on for further studies?
Sir, thanks for the question, and a big sorry to you because this is a post-lunch session, and I'm sure how much we'll be taking inside. So, first of all, the question is on perseverance, right? Persistency. And then insurance is to do persistency. Yeah. See, if I am telling about my experience, it won't be a motivation, it will be demotivation for you. So I don't want to tell about my experience. But when I started the exams, it was so many years back. At that time, there was only Chennai Center. We went to Chennai Center to taking the room. At the time, salary was also very low. There was no guest house facility and all. I was taking room from my own pocket. I was writing exam, not clearly. It was going like that actually. There was no material. Then I met one friend. Then he told me, okay, I'm coming from Coimbatore. Then we told, okay, next time we will meet in Coimbatore. Then 2-3 people, we went to that Coimbatore. We stayed at his house. Sometimes he used to come to my house. We stayed together and we studied actually. So what I want to tell you is like this is the network. Network means that you will be learning through this relationship actually. That's the purpose of all being here actually. It's not like showing many PPTs and all those things. You'll be coming here and then we'll be discussing with you. Some motivation will be there. So that motivation should there should be some takeaway from this session to you, right? Right? So otherwise now if you are 50-50 like your mindset is like that. Should I pursue actuarial? Should I not pursue actuarial? I will tell not pursue actuarial. Okay. But if it's 100%, then only you should come here. With the 50% don't come because many people will be coming with a hesitation. Okay, should I come or should I? Then they'll be asking about so much salary, how much I will be getting. Imagination goes like that. Okay. The thing is that we should love the subject. Otherwise, how long you continue with the writing the exam without loving the subject? Not only actual exam, many things we can love, right? Music we can love. So actual exam is also like that only. You can love the mathematics also. If you are studying mathematics or statistics, you should go a little bit out of the box. So you want to score high, you have to go to the library and you have to search for the books. There are many books for mathematics or something like all those things. Statistics, dynamics, and many books. Then only you will be loving the subject actually. You should not hate the subject, otherwise it will be like marrying a lady whom I don't like or I hate. So then I will living with her with a hesitation. Correct? Every day it will be a misery. Not my story, I'm telling. So that should not be the case. That love should come from you. That's applicable even for actual subjects. So that is a question. So you should have the love. Then only if you only have the love, then only you can continue. You will have the perseverance for these exams. Otherwise, please, money is important. Money is important. You'll be getting the money. No question about that. But there are many other important things in life. So actuarial also should be something like that only. So you should take only the positive things. Money is there, but it is not an important thing actually. you can't continue with that only with the love to the money, or with the love to the profession and the courses. Thank you.
Madam, as far as IIT Madras is concerned, how can you maybe encourage actuarial science? Maybe because you being a very highly reputed institution, can there be any tie with the Institute of Actuaries, maybe some sort of program, exchange program or something of that sort, whereby the best features of Institute of Actuaries and the IIT Madras can be imbibed and the students can benefit? Is there any possibility of that sort?
Right now, we are not. We can think of that. Right now, we have not thought of that in those lines. I think now we have tax department and as well as the art department. Also, we do some work. Recently, we started a program in quantitative finance for this interdisciplinary program for the like a dual degree, where the MBA, the BTech students can do some courses. Max department, computer science, and even our department finance courses we offer together, and then in the 5th year they come and do courses for us. So this is something which we have started recently. We are trying to work on this. Maybe something like this also. Maybe we have been doing it 1 or 2 courses, but not like a full program certificate courses. Short-term programs we have been doing it, but now we can explore. We can really think of that. Yeah, sure.
Just I want to add one thing.
After our discussion with IIT Madras last week, I had a discussion with the Institute of Actuaries India. They started, they initiated this actually. They talked to the authorities of IIT and looking forward for interaction, such interaction. There is a, once the students who complete the cleared papers, they will get a the credit out of it. So that if it's part of, for example, in the quantitative finance, if a student follows CS1 or CS2 or CM1, something like that, they get the credit out of it and it will benefit for their graduation or post-graduation. And that's possibly happening in the very near future.
Moshe sir, you being a practicing actuary, what are the new things which are happening in the actuarial science domain? Maybe, see, traditionally we are more inclined towards insurance or finance or maybe weather modeling, but what are the other new innovative things which are happening in the actual field? Maybe in the field of gaming, or maybe most of the people sitting here are very young. So maybe can we employ this in the field of sports or something, maybe for predictive modeling or something like that?
Yeah, definitely. So the skills that you pick up when you go through these exams, it can be applied in a variety of ways, right? So it can be applied for pricing a warranty. You can do a lot of different types of financial modeling. There has been situations where people use the skills to strategize basketball games, trying to figure out what is the best combination to reduce risk and improve effectiveness. All these things can be done. So these are general skills, and it touches on a variety of things. Like you will be a business expert who has very strong technical skills also. 2 key developments that are happening are with respect to cyber risk, because there is a lot of cyber attacks these days. So cyber risk is becoming something that companies want to buy because their data could be compromised at any time. And it's very difficult to price because we don't have a lot of data, right? Because it's just getting to happen. So it's an exciting area. The second thing is catastrophes. If you look at around the world, there have been a lot of storms and fires and all because of global warming. So there has been a lot of losses suffered by reinsurance companies because they insure large areas. So there is a lot of activity happening in that area. A third one is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, there is always this fear that somehow jobs are going to go away. I don't think so, because the AI we currently have, it makes a lot of mistakes. So you cannot really send out something from an AI without an expert checking and making sure that it's correct. So it can actually be used to accelerate your work, right? So the direction in which it is moving is It is going to make each individual work faster and more productive. It's not going to replace that person. So the productivity gain is going to come from everybody trying to use it. So if you are going to look at, if you are not already using AI, so how many of you have tried the ChatGPT so far? If you could raise your hand. Okay, most of you have tried. Is it to crack your assignments or is it for anything else? Mostly assignments? Okay, so that's very good, right? So that's another thing. Now, if you are learning for actuarial exam and if you are already doing ChatGPT, you already have a tutor. It pretty much answers every question you have, right? I use it every day. Every day I'm sending like hundreds of questions to figure out. You have ChatGPT, your Perplexity, your Meta, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. So nothing is going to happen for anybody's job. People who will lose some jobs are people who are in the area of editing books, creating content, because that now can be done really fast. If you give a bunch of points, if I have to make a business case at my work, I have to first write, then I have to make sure it's polite, then I have to make sure it's looking at each point. Now I just ask ChatGPT, write this up. These are the points you have to do. It saves me like 1 hour every time. Otherwise, I have to make a business case and thinking on how that person is going to respond. I have to make a lot of edits, right? So content writers, book editors, they will have a huge impact because the number of people required will be fewer. But other areas, no. I think people are just going to become more and more productive. The other thing is that if you take an AI course or an ML course, one of the first things they teach you is regression. And who have been doing regression for almost a century? Actuaries. So the first concept you learn in AI/ML, it is something that actuaries have been doing for a very long time, applying. Now what has changed now is that instead of doing regression, there are many more tools now, mostly the neural network, right? The neural network is a separate tool which can model many different things. So AI world has expanded. So what will happen is that instead of AI people competing with actuaries, actuaries will complement their skills with AI. And they will become, because actuaries were already doing programming. Did we lose our jobs to programmers? No, because you need the actuarial skills as well, right? And the actuarial tools are different. You might have a software like Profit or Axis or something, and the regular programmers will not be able to program because you need to really understand how the product works, right? So all these are going to move ahead parallelly. There is no job loss is going to happen. The other thing I want to mention is that I saw some questions where people asking how you can get an internship. You don't get a response from HR when you send email. I just want to address the question. One of the most important things you have to do is network, because it's a very small profession, right? So you have to get into the network. You should be in a few WhatsApp groups. You should be in a WhatsApp group of students. You should be in a WhatsApp group where people advertise internship. You should be where people are advertising job opportunities, changes to exam structures, any exemptions offered, any changes in all these things go through different groups. So you have to become a member. How many of you have a LinkedIn profile? All of you have. That's very good. How many of you are connected to maybe 10 or 15 actuaries on your LinkedIn profile? Some of you are. That's very good. So others, please go and search for all of us, add in your group. Because anything I post, you can see. Anything I like or I comment, you can see. And you can also message me if you have a question. I tend to answer every question I receive. I actually became an engineer first, and that also I became accidentally. I got support from a charitable organization when I was doing my entrance coaching, and I was always grateful that it happened to me. And I'm very keen on helping the community and giving back. So I am personally committed, and I really want to see some of you people take exams and qualify. Right? Otherwise, I'm going to be very upset it doesn't happen. So let me ask you this. How many of you have already made up your mind to take at least one exam?
Question is not clear. Repeat the question.
So once more, how many of you have made up in your mind that you will take at least one exam? Okay, there are a few people. That's very good, right? How many of you who raised your hands, you know what to do next to take one exam? Okay, So this is why you need to be a member of the group. We already have a group, right? Okay, so we'll try to give you that information. We'll try to find out what your current schedule is. So you don't want to sacrifice your grades or anything where you are doing statistics or something. But along with that, we'll try to help you with the plan. So please connect with us. Internship and all these things. So I used to lead MetLife, which used to employ 300 actuaries. And in the 5-year time, I may have hired thousands of people because the attrition rate is very high. Because once you get your first job, the opportunities are very good, right? People get like 50% increment in the first 2-3 years of their career if they pass exams and do well, right? So we have a lot of connections in the market. That's another thing special about this Malabar Institute. It's not just academic, right? The practitioners who are currently hiring people, we are working with you. So we are going to guide you not just with respect to technical, we'll also give you tips and tricks, how you can find a job, how you should prepare for an interview. What if you have a call with us, we can tell you what improvements you need to make with respect to your communication, how you should approach, what are the etiquettes when you do something on Teams, and how it changes when you go to an Indian company versus a US company, because the expectations could be different. India has 2 separate markets, where the first one is actually serving the companies selling insurance products in India. The second one is the global market, where the global companies have set up captives in India. For example, MetLife has 1,000 actuaries, 250 of them are based in Noida. So you can imagine the scale. It's 25% of the overall company. It's in Delhi. Swiss Re has like 200, 300 actuaries. AIT has 200 actuaries. EY, the company I work for, there are 400 actuaries, and it's growing. And the demand is so high that the cost is going up. Because the cost is going up, we are getting tough competition from Malaysia, Greece, Poland, etc. Because we have become more expensive than them. Because the comp is so high. So the opportunities are there. All you need to do is pass that one exam, gain your confidence, and once you get your first job, for which you may only need one exam, because there is also this tendency that if you already have 6-7 exams before you get your job, some employers will not hire you. The reason is that they think that once you get 2 years of experience, you're going to become very expensive because you have 2 years of experience with 7 exams. So somebody else will, give you a higher raise. So you should apply for a job as soon as you have 1 or 2 exams. Don't wait for too long. And that job doesn't really is related to your exams and this thing. It's also related to how much you network, how many connections you have, how well you do and prepare for the interview, how good is your communication skills. I also want to point out that people from here, especially in Kerala, we tend to be very shy. We have to go beyond that, right? You can always say whatever you want to say. You just have to be polite. And you need to take chances. Sometimes you will make a mistake. In a session like this, if you ask a question, you might make a mistake. That's okay. You will learn from it. Next time you will do better. So please don't be shy when you go for an interview and things like that. You have to, you have to think that you're fighting for yourself. You're fighting for your community. You're fighting for your country, right? Go with that mindset and try to do your best, and you will be fine.
So let me add that communication is a very inherent part of actuarial science. So you have to be a very good communicator. So that has to be kept in mind. And how many of you have heard about Yashasvi Jaiswal? This one on a very lighter note. This is one of the inspiration stories of Indian cricket. Came from a very, very poor background. So the people sitting here, they are all inspiration stories. I know they are all inspiration. So you people should emulate these role models. They are one of the world leaders in the world one of the top leaders in the actuarial science. Okay, so you have to emulate these people. So let me ask a question to Dinagar sir. So when you go and meet the regulators, because actuaries are a very close community. So what is the sort of respect you get? Because I've heard the government of India wants to have some actuaries in the civil service. I don't know how far it is true. So can you throw some light on it?
So it's a very interesting thing. Because again, what happened, the regulator's office also, if you look at it, there are many actuaries. In fact, it is not an actuarial department alone. The actuaries work in separate life insurance or finance, even operation. many ways, like even HR can actually work. So regulatory is open to, or they are recognizing actuarial talent. That's the reason they are also providing opportunity to actuaries to work in various departments. So I would say there is a good respect which we derive it, and even in the government, like Sunil mentioned, that is even Sadish mentioned, right? Now, government of India is also looking for, they are taking the initiative to increase the number of actuaries. So I would say we get a lot of respect, and they also believe in actuaries. Why? Because the appointed actuary system, it is still existing. Last 20 means 25 years, right? It started in 2000, it's still existing because they see appoint actually their representative, because that is another task, tough task for a appoint actually, because you have to balance all the requirements like I highlighted. So in a way, I still say the good respect for the actuary within the regulator's office. Maybe after some time, we may even hear, for example, I think today or yesterday I heard about the SEBI chairperson was talking about the introduction of life insurance bundled with the mutual fund. So it's a again towards the risk right now. So when, that means after some time you might even see then actual person will be in sitting there in the SEBI office also. But that some kind of initiative is already there. In fact, RBI recruit some actually that I think SEBI might look at it. Just to add one more thing, because you were also asking actuaries can, which are the other non-traditional area actuaries can work right now. You know, if you look at the flights or the hotels, you know, their price varies, right? You would have seen it, right? In fact, one of my friends worked on the hotel prices movement. In fact, why it is because every organization or institution they do a budgeting in the beginning of the year. Then all their expenses are based on the expected revenue. And in fact, they wanted to quantify how much money or they can get it through this fluctuation in the price. So again, it's a random walk, right? Our statistical theory, if you look at it, and in fact, actually worked on it and quantified that what is the expected revenue out of that. That's a chances, right? We are all looking for those kind of things. So I would say there are no boundaries. So like a regulator also, they look at the actuaries for the professional advice. So it is not restricted to the actual area, it is also finance or any other area. That's all.
Ramnath, there was recently advertisement in the Reserve Bank of India for actuaries. And we also know actuaries are into credit ratings, credit risk management. So what do you, what can you, means what is the role which an actuary can actively play in the banking industry, or maybe there'll be a very close integration between the financial sectors in the future. Can you throw some light on it?
Sir, you're on mute.
Sir, you're on mute, sir. So we're not able to hear you, sir.
He's on mute. Okay, unmute ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. Please ask to unmute.
So can you unmute, sir? Are you able to hear us?
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I left Reserve Bank almost 24 years back. In 2000, 2000 I left. But anyway, because the scenario at that point of time was different, because Reserve Bank was not required any actuaries at that point of time. But as I was talking in my last opinion, things are getting changed because the kind of risk that you need to evaluate is the dimension, the nature, and the way that it is, so it is getting changed. So it appears like, not just restricted to pension funds or, insurance industry. You require, I think, everywhere, because even banks have changed their operation. Banks used to be, it's just a financial intermediary taking deposits and giving loans, but that thing has changed. Bank is now not just, in fact, recently Reserve Bank government said that the deposit has come down substantially. The deposit business itself has changed, because banks are not getting or not interested in, that particular activity, because they are more into the service. So definitely, there may be advisory level, there may be, personal banking. So there are a lot of, the nature of the business is getting changed. So that is one reason that, they may, like banking industry require the need of actuarial experts in that. I would like to add one point which nobody mentioned. These days, because of the AI influence, there are a lot of personalized things are being brought up. So what happens that as of until now, policies are meant for general, but now you can even think of personalized policies. So, like, because we like personalized medicines, you can think of personalized policies, because it's not difficult. Now you make use of the technology and then you can do the complete analysis of that person, and you not necessary that it has to be same for everyone. So what I'm trying to say that it may come soon in that way also. So what I'm trying to say that banks also, depending on their risk, so they also, there are a lot of opportunities over there. I may not be in a position to specifically say what is exactly that, but anything related to risk, credit, whether it is credit risk or whether it is market risk, definitely the actuaries can help, because they play in banks play in market. Of course, credit is one of their important activities. So definitely there is a actuary can definitely help apart from the quant finance person.
Thank you, sir. So let me also add that the science of actuarial science, or the actuary, travels in your pocket every minute. Why is it so? Why is it so? Can anybody elaborate upon it? Actually travels in your pocket every minute. Can anybody specialize anything about it, or does anybody know anything about it? Just guess. You can guess. Because I'll tell you, because I don't want to take much of your time. This mobile tariff, it's also part of an actuarial job. Okay, so the actuarial. So whenever you take up your mobile, think about an actuary who's doing the mobile tariffing. So on a passing note, and we are entering into the closing stage. After that, there'll be a lot of questions which you would like to ask. So let me ask Jayasagar sir, what could be the source of inspiration for these young students, or maybe the older lot also, to go for actuarial science?
So whether the question is applicable for me, I don't know. So inspiration in the sense, someone was asking this question also, communication. Someone was asking communication. Because in the interviews, I think Mushik asked this, answered this question already, right? Because of the interviews, they are failing because the people are considering their communication skills, not the other skills. That's what I tell you. Right. So, but communication skill means, communication means it's not a language English. It's not the English actually. How you will make the people understand? See, this is just answer to the inspiration. I came from a Malayalam school. Okay. Till 10th standard, I was in a Malayalam school. So I was not very much of English actually. So it's like you always will be thinking like that. My English is not so good. Correct? How many people are thinking like that? Everyone is thinking their English is very good. So many people are thinking that their English is not so good. But only thing is that this person should work outside Kerala. Then only they will start talking English. Correct? So that's the only way you have to improve your skills actually, communication skills actually. So my point for inspiration. Again, it is like that. Actually, it is not your communication. It is not your English. Whatever opportunities you have, still I believe that my English is not so good actually. But I will make you. I will try to make you understand. If you are sleeping, I will come and touch you. That's all. So that is what the intention you should have. When you are talking, people should be accepting you. That is a communication, not English, right? So if that is the only point which is holding you back, just think of you have to come out of this box, out of Kerala. Don't think about working only in Kerala. You have to come out of Kerala. Then only you'll be able to. Otherwise, actually, this opportunity should come to Kerala. Hope it will come. Maybe next 10 years it may come. Companies may come. But why companies are not coming to Kerala? Because actually students are not here. If actual students are here, definitely people will be coming to Kerala. Only one alliance is there. Alliance is there, and Alliance is the only recruiter in Kerala. There's no other recruiters. If students are, I think around 100 students are there. Actually, students are there in Kerala. We have a WhatsApp group. You might be knowing. I don't know how many are there in that WhatsApp group. Some of you will be there in the WhatsApp group. No, no one is there, right? Yeah. So there are Anup and Nibin and all initiated one WhatsApp group, right? The purpose is that only actually. So purpose is to bring you up actually. So be part of this communities, these WhatsApp groups, communicate, then only you can improve actually. So I don't think I am a person to give an inspiration because that's what I'm talking. It will not be a motivation, it will be demotivation only. So thank you, sir.
Yeah. I think you will have to do whatever with a passion. That is, I think, I would put across it. Because just think, because whatever you yourself know what is you are good for. Let us not say negative thing. What is our positive? And harp on that positive and work towards that. Because I know how all mathematical, that theoretical talent, the logical thinking, all those abilities are there. What you need is just to build that confidence and do with the passion. So we are like Jasa said, even I can say I also grown up in Thalassery, all Kerala only I studied. In fact, when I was lucky in that that time LIC recruited actuarial apprentice. So I was lucky that and it was like 50 students recruited based on the entrance exam all over India. So we were lucky that time. But what happened then? And at the same time, there were rank holders also as part of my batch. And they could not complete. One or two students, they could not complete. And they had to drop out. But academically, you were a rank holder. But when it came to the actuarial science, you could not. But even I failed it. But failure is part of our life. And learn from the failure. That's another thing I wanted to put in. Don't be just okay. No, I failed because you would not have experienced that in your all your through academic, right? But professional exam, it is a different thing. So consider that way with the passion, perseverance. And another thing I would say, systematic study. Don't focus or just keep everything for your exam, 1 week before the exam or 10 days before the exam. You have to prepare or work on a systematic fashion on a maybe two hours a day.
ഈ എണ്ണത്തെ ദിവസം എന്തായിട്ട് വിളിക്കാത്ത ആൾക്കാര് പരീക്ഷയുടെ തലത്തിൽ ധാര പോയിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല എന്ന് പറയും. ധാര അറിയില്ലേ? അപ്പൊ ധാര പോയിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. ദിവസം എണ്ണ വെച്ച് വിളിച്ചാൽ മതി. 2 മണിക്കൂർ പഠിക്കുന്നു. അല്ലാതെ നിങ്ങൾ തലേ ദിവസം പോയി ഒരു 10 മണിക്കൂർ തലവെച്ച് മാറിയിട്ട് ആരും കാര്യമില്ല.
Yeah, sorry, no. Yeah, I'm just saying that that is a very important point. But don't say like, I will study only 12 hours or 13 hours just to close to the exam. That won't help. In fact, what I normally do, I study on a regular basis, but just to be 1 day prior to the exam, I just enjoy. I just go for either watch movies and everything. Because what happened now, that gives you confidence. What is professional exam? Professional exam is not a direct question. You don't expect it. there is something hidden in the question, and you need to grab that one, then answer it. That's a very important point. How you will get it. So if you are very calm, quiet, no worry, you will be able to spot it out, right? That is a normal thing. But if you are worried, even if you know, you won't be able to spot it out, and you won't be able to answer this. So just to be careful. Anyway, we are all here to support you because we want you to grow. That is what we are here. Okay? All the very best. Thank you.
So you're all potential faculty members. So you have to groom a younger generation. So you have to be very good communicators. So come out with some questions because the luminaries in various fields. There actually is, there's a professor from IIT, there's a resource person from RBI. So if you need to ask something, you must come out with some questions. So if, yeah, if somebody wants to ask something only because you have to be good communicators.
ഒരാൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്താല് പിന്നെ പോയിക്കോളൂ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരാൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഇവിടെ
Just start.
Can talk in Malayalam. That is the problem. എല്ലാവർക്കും മലയാളം അറിയാം. മാഡത്തിന് കുറച്ചൊക്കെ മലയാളം അറിയാം. തൊടാ.
Don't worry, ask.
Okay, and my question is, everyone said that actuaries in some of these parts as RBI and am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Also in the insurance field and RBI, all of this have actuary, and how we can reach the. So everyone says about the opportunities are there, and they mentoring us to reach it. But only few people tell us the path. We want the path, how to get it.
Can you mention a name also, please?
My name is Naina. I'm coming from Padikar. It's the nearest place.
Let all the questions come. We can answer it all together.
What are the things that we have to know to become an actuary?
You can answer that. Yeah.
Ma'am, would you like to answer, ma'am? Because what is the path to become actuary? And what did you ask? Similar question, no? Yeah, no. The gentleman, what did you ask? You asked a very similar question, no? Same question only. So what are the inputs we need to become actuary? Or for that matter, any resource person, because can you answer the question, ma'am? Because you being a very senior professor in IIT Madras, you will be the best person to answer.
Yeah. See, I think I'm happy that you want to become an actuary and you want to looking at that option. I think you may have to first be familiar with this, do some courses, familiarize yourself, strengthen on the various topics and subjects here. And I think once you are familiar with that, and then also try to do some projects also. I think they were also saying you can go and do some internship, take up some internship also, and then it'll be easier for you to look at it. I think you must be strong in various courses also. That's what I'm saying. So it's not just in straight away you cannot become an actuary. I think you have to be the set of courses are there, subjects are there. I think you have to, along with the course that you are doing, I think if you can also do that, I'm sure that.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I'll go one level below, and I would tell you if I'm sitting there, what would I do if I go home tonight, right? So the first step would be to understand the exam process. I don't know, I haven't asked you that question, so I don't know how much you know, right? So you need to understand the exam process. Do you know the IAI website? You know the website, right? So I will figure out what is the easiest exam to take. That's the first thing I would do. Then I would find the syllabus. I would download the previous exam questions and go through it and see, can I understand it? How far I am from those exams are. That's the first thing I would do. Then I would try to solve some problems, right? Now, if I have already covered the material and I have forgotten it, I'll refresh it. I'll make an assessment. How much time do I need to prepare for this exam, right? Then when I do all this, I'm not going to sit alone. I'm going to be actively participating in different groups where other students are taking exams, because you will get tips. They will say, oh, this question gets repeated every year or every other year this comes. You don't want to miss those, right? So you are constantly communicating and interacting, and also you are writing good messages. I would also, one thing I do is that in very professional groups, when I send, I have ChatGPT on my phone. So if I put long messages, I send it to ChatGPT and ask it to edit and send. I'll start doing all these things. So my communication automatically improves because I can read what it changed, right? I am doing it still, right? Because it's not a journey that ends when you're at a certain point, right? And sometimes you're very busy and you have a different, English. I also took Malayalam medium at this time, so it doesn't come naturally to me in every situation, right? So I'll change my behavior. And changing behavior comes with a cost, right? You were spending all your 24 hours per day last 6 months in something. So now you have to make some sacrifices, right? You need to find what are the things you're going to cut from what you're already doing and how you're going to spend that time to invest in this, right? The other thing is you have to be in WhatsApp groups where some of us are present. And Sagar, I vote to him. The amount of work he has put to bring all of us together. Also, Farook, both of them have done a ton of work. I know others are also done. And one thing I want to mention is that it's not just the expertise that has brought all of us together. It is also that passion to help the community. You need to understand that we are not here to make a profit. We are not here to get any recognition. We just want to see the community do better, right? And this is key for all of us. So you just have to keep that in mind. Also, we really want to see you being successful. What that means is that you can reach out to us at any stage. Let us know where you're stuck, right? And we will find a way. Either we'll help you or we will refer you to somebody else. We have a lot of connections. So, for example, I used to work for MetLife, and I used to have a staff there who managed all the exams, right? Because we have people taking exams from many organizations. We have people taking IAI, IFOA, CAS in US, SOA in US, and everything has a different exam structure. So I need to create a policy how I will reimburse the expenses, how many raise I will give for each exam, how many study days are given. So I have a staff. So if you ask a question, I don't have the answer, I can immediately message her because she manages the exams for MetLife. She's a good friend of mine, and she gives me immediately whatever answer. Many answers are already available in ChatGPT. If you ask, you get questions. You just say that this is the website. Can you go there and tell me the answer to this question, right? It's already there. ChatGPT has become so good with respect to any information. Now you also need to get, once you pass the exam, you need to get your first job. For that, you really need to improve your communication. You also need to get good at Excel. Excel is heavily used, right? So I would simultaneously take an Excel course if I don't know Excel. There must be so many free courses available. Start doing this, all of them together. Don't wait, don't do one by one, right? And if you do Excel, you will see that even when your academic problems, some of them can be easily imagined with Excel. Because if you put something in calculator, you can see only one number at a time. In Excel, you can see the whole thing. So it will change the way you think if you start using Excel. No senior professional in this whole world can go without Excel. Is there anybody here who doesn't use Excel? The senior people? I'm sure nobody. So you have to get good at Excel no matter what job you get into. The second thing is you need to do some coding also, because coding is required for every profession. So I would try to get some really good coding experience. I would focus on VBA. I would try to get maybe Python if I can push myself a little bit. I'm not saying that you have to do all this before you apply. I'm saying that you start all these process simultaneously, and once you pass one exam, you start applying. You get in touch with us, and we will circulate whenever hiring is happening, right? And then you can apply and you get your first job. Once you get your first job, you will have students taking exam in that organization. Your life is set. There is a complete setup in every organization to have students. We give study days. In my organization, you can get up to 13 additional days every 6 months just to study. It is given to you mandatorily. You go home and study, no question asked, right? Then once you pass the exam, we pay the money of the exam expenses and the material. So only first exam or the exams you take until you get the job, you have to pay from your pocket. Not only that, once you come back with your result, we give you a raise. Salary goes up, right? So I'm not sure what more motivation is needed, right? You just have to crack that first exam. And there's a lot of resources available. A lot of people want to help you. There are a lot of people who want to see you succeed. So please use the opportunity. My dream is that we want to transform this area, which produces the maximum number of fellows in the next 10 to 20 years. We need to change the landscape completely. And you are the first generation that we are.
So this is the confidence booster we want. So let us perceive ourselves as Neeraj Chopra, okay? The first athlete to Indian athlete who won the gold medal. So you're all Neeraj Chopras. So associate yourself with our institution because they will handhold you. So that is the sort of confidence you're going to get. They are the industry leaders. They'll offer you careers. They'll offer you all sorts of advice. So let's wind up this session because the next questions. Yeah, okay.
To finish it better now.
There are so many questions actually. I'm taking some few of them.
Yeah.
Even can answer the question. Even you can answer. Why IAI or IFI exams are so expensive? That's a question. Anyone wants to answer? Who asked this question? It's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Why so expensive? I think IAI is not that expensive, right? IAI is not that expensive. IFI is expensive. That is why people are clearing an IFI. People are not serious in IFI. So people are asked to ask them, same person wrote in IAI and wrote in IFI, but then the same person is clearing IFI. Why? Because when they are writing IAI, they will think I can take the next chance also. I will not be that serious. I'm just paying 4,000 rupees. IFI there is 30,000 rupees. So I don't have any other chance. I have to clear this exam. So that is the motivation for IFI. Clear, no? That's good. What is IFRS 17? You want?
Yeah. What is
IFRS 17? Who asked this question?
Very good question. Okay, so one of the things companies have to do is report the performance because these are public companies, right? And the reporting can happen on different bases. One basis the reporting happens is solvency. Will the company go bankrupt? Do they have enough money? And those assumptions are more conservative. They're strict, right? Because people don't want the company to give so much profit out today so that tomorrow when the claim comes, you don't have money to pay. And similarly, there are shareholder reporting, which is less strict. So IFRS 17 is the new shareholder reporting regulation that has come out. And the goal of IFRS 17 is to make sure that every company is looked at using the same level playing field. And if you are a shareholder of the company, then the profit is distributed equitably across time. So the regulation was introduced to make sure that all these things are taken care of. Now that caused a lot of changes. So IFRS 17 is general for the company. In the actuarial sense, when an accountant prepares the IFRS 17 statement, anything related to actuarial liability and capital and all, those numbers have to be calculated and signed off by an actuary and then sent it to the accountant, right? So that is where the IFRS 17 work comes from. And when companies do it, there is also audit requirement. So in my company where I work, we do a lot of audit where companies do these calculations and we'll just make sure that their methodology is correct because these are public companies, and they have very, very stringent regulatory requirements.
Yeah. So just to add that, this again opened a lot of opportunities for actuary. Because right now, finance now, they need actuarial, input, and they require the actual expertise to understand this financial statement. So I think a lot of opportunities it will open.
Next question, can I? What about freelance or startups in Actuarial? Anyone want to pick up? What about startups or freelance in Actuarial? Freelance is another meaning, jobless.
So definitely. So Suresh Sindhi, who was here some time ago, when I last spoke to him, he was doing some freelance work, right? He's a consultant. I know many other people who are doing that. So it is like a trade-off, right? So if you are a very junior person in Actuarial, you're trying to learn a lot of things, right? So if you set up a company, then you will not get support from anybody else. You'll have to figure out everything yourself, right? So a lot of people don't want to go into some startup or freelancing because it's a very complex, stuff that you have to learn. And once you become an actuary, you will think that, okay, now I have passed all the exams. Now I will go to the company and I will do the work. No, you will. If you go to pricing, they will teach you more about pricing. If you go to reserving, they will teach you more about reserving. If you go to capital management, you have to learn that regulation. So the learnings keep coming. And if you start a company and IFRS 17 comes, you have no support until some company comes with some kind of learning portal or something, right? But within the companies, even before IFRS 17 comes out, we are in brainstorming meetings, how it is changing. So there is a value in being networked inside a larger company in Actuarial, right? Now, are there startups? Yes. You can have different strategies. For example, there is a company where this guy just supplies people to different companies, right? He's not saying that, oh, I will sign off on your document. He's just saying that I'll give you an actuary for this much money and I'll bill you this much. So there are things like that. There are also small groups where they just focus on traditional work, right? Employee benefits and things like that. So if you just want to focus on some bread and butter work, it's much easier. But if you want to break into more complex, cutting-edge stuff, big companies generally don't go to small consultants, right? They go to big consultants like, EY or Milliman or, PwC or something like that.
Every company hire with a reference scheme. I will repeat. Every company hire with reference scheme that should affect the new pass out students. Got the question, right? Every company is taking the new candidates with reference scheme that is affecting the job opportunities of the new pass out students.
So
we will refer you.
See, again, we all mentioned about, right now, you need to be connected, right? What is it? You have to be part of the WhatsApp group. Now you have the opportunity to connect with us. And obviously, for example, I have been in the actuarial field for the last 35 years. Okay, so a lot of connection, right? Now, that is where what you are deriving by participating in this group is our experience, our contact. So I think we'll have to live with that one, because see, or the other way around is some big institution, then campus recruitment and everything, right? That is not, because smaller, there are not big institute as such, but we are having this institute where we have a connection with industry. So you have to utilize whatever the experience or contact which we have got it, and then we can connect it. And then I think that is what I would put it. Thank you.
So we'll wind up this session because all the panel members are part of us, so you can post questions anytime. So first of all, be associated with the MIADS, and let's go into the next session, which is the mission of MIADS. And Farisa, would you like to add something?
No, just say thanks to Madam.
Professor Tanmuri, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Tell me.
Yeah. Do you want to say something before?
No, so no, thank
you. Well, answer the question that student asked. The freshers are not getting placement, but actually, what the Negalwar mentioned is due to connection between industry. Probably you can share your experience with food.
No, I didn't get your last point. I was not able to.
Yeah, so probably you can share your experience with the Ford Water Company. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Experience in? I didn't get that.
Ford Motor Company. Ford.
Ford, yeah. Okay. See, at IIT, we have been working on these areas, though not in specializing in specifically. I think we did collaborate with Ford and Ethics, and we have been doing some work. And over a period of time, I think I still remember, I think in 2015, we did some workshop and trying to create more awareness about the people know about financial analytics. And that time only we started looking at even actuarial applications also was part of the program which we did. And from then on, I think there's a lot of, some students are asking, will there be any requirement or demand? For a period of time, I think our students were also doing some internship with Ford Analytics. And now I'll say in Ford, about nearly more than 20 to 30 of our students are working there. So over a period of time, even faculty are also been involved in various projects also which we do. So that way, I think there is a lot of scope is there. So when you start learning, I think for students need not worry about it, but they can think in terms of how, if it is their interest area, they can start doing, taking up the courses one by one. And then once they get themselves equipped, I think a lot of opportunities are available for them. So they can always look at this as an option.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
yeah.
Thank you all for your active participation and engaging discussions. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed panelists here who are, especially to M. Tenmori ma'am. Your valuable insights, expertise, and experience have enriched our understanding of building a center of excellence of actuarial science. So, now, let me invite Dr. Z.A. Ashraf, Associate Professor, Department of Statistics, University College, Tirunelveli, to address about the vision, mission, and objectives of MIADS.
Experts in academics as well as actuarial leadership. Now we are in the last part of our seminar. From these discussions, we got an exact picture of where the demand for actuary is. The package, what is the LPA of an actuary? How can you reach into this arena of actuary field? All these things we discussed. To sum up this, we can conclude that this is the right time to start an institute to be dedicated for training as well as education in data science. My duty is just to brief what will be our vision, mission, and objectives of the proposed institute. These are only tentative. We can modify it. Those participants of this seminar can give suggestions. We can add, edit, or even delete the sentences, right? What we are planning is the vision of the proposed institute will be to be the leading center for education and research in actuarial science, empowering professionals with the knowledge and skills to navigate complex risk landscapes and drive innovative solutions in the financial and insurance industries. Towards this vision, we have set some mission. Number one, that is the mission of this institute will be to provide rigorous academic programs. Programs, both regular programs as well as blended model or flexible model, we have to provide different programs, academic programs. That should foster cutting-edge research and cultivate a community of ethical and forward-thinking actuarial practitioners. By integrating advanced statistical methods, data analysis techniques, and actuarial principles, preparing them to excel in evolving risk management at scale. This is the mission of the institute. To achieve this goal, we have list out some objectives of the institution, proposed objectives. This also we can add more objectives later if needed. Number one, promote awareness and interest. What we felt is that the awareness level of the students on actuarial science is very low, especially in Kerala. When I was a student in this college itself, maybe 30 years back, Dr. Farisa mentioned about there is one course, one stream, applied area in statistics, that is actuarial science. You have to learn about it. Then at that time, we met Vinagaran sir. He was in Calicut LIC in 1994, and we got a good education on what actuary and science and how statistics students can do that. Now, the proposed institute would like to introduce different awareness programs, both in the school level as well as in higher education level. For this, we can do programs, implement outreach programs in the schools and colleges to educate students about actuarial science and data sciences. And we can highlight career prospects and societal impact to inspire future actuaries. Second objective is enhance education and training. For this, we can provide high quality coaching for IEA exams as well as mock tests and practice sessions. Second, we can offer technical training in the tools like Python, Excel, related data science tool packages, related with actuarial science. And we can introduce students essential data science techniques, including data visualization, machine learning, predictive modeling, state analysis, so all these data context, right? And third objective is foster collaboration and mentorship. That already the eminent actuaries here explained how we can connect and collaborate with this actuary field. For that, our institute can establish mentorship programs, pairing students with experienced actuaries. And we can facilitate peer learning through study groups, project works, and other related programs, right? For related programs or groups. And fourth one is encourage research and innovation in actuary. We can promote students' research on real-world actuarial challenges. We can partner with other industry leaders and other companies, providing internship and practical exposure to students of this institute. Fifth one is facilitate lifelong learning and networking. That's for all group of the community. We can provide resources for the continuous professional development at any age. And we can organize networking events with the professionals to foster valuable connections. And sixth objective that we listed here is contribute to this community. That is very important. Conduct financial literacy and risk management workshop for local community. Encourage initiatives and social responsibility among students related to this area. These are some of the objectives that we listed out. We can add more while the institution is coming to reality. Now, I think we are moving to the last session. You can interact. How can you utilize the institute to develop a career in actuarial? Thank you. Before that, just one video.
അപ്പോഴേക്ക് ചായയും വരും കേട്ടോ. ചായ പുറത്തല്ല. ആ ലൈറ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യും. മതി. പിന്നെ ധാരാളം അല്ലേ?
ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഫോളോ ചോദിച്ചാലോ? ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എല്ലാവരും മൊബൈൽ എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇത് ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്തില്ലേ? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നേരിട്ട് ഒന്ന് ചോദിക്കണം. Do you want to join as a faculty or as student? Faculty means there are certain conditions, one or two subjects, but just think there are prospective faculty.
Yeah, let them answer it.
Yeah. Prospective faculty, not immediately. Okay, got it now?
Sir, can you just put the other screen? Some people want to log in.
Which one?
The other screen where the password is there.
Okay. Three to 5, 1, 5, 4, 7. Prospective faculty means you will be giving training, then you can become a faculty in May or like that, not immediately. That is a faculty means.
There are some conditions. There are some conditions.
Yeah, after that there will be some students also. So join as a faculty. I think everyone got that. Oh.
Votes.
Faculty. Faculty means we will be taking them as faculty, not now. After we will be giving training to them. And after their research, if they clear sufficient number of subjects, maybe one or two, don't think about that. You want to become or not at that time. Not immediately, not tomorrow. At that time, June or July, you want to become a faculty or not. Okay. So, everyone voted? Can you stop? Okay. Most of the want to join as a student, right? Okay, shall I stop? Next question. There are some options here also.
Now, you can give our policy.
That is the next question. That will be next question.
Next question. രണ്ടും കൂടി വേണം. നമ്മൾ എക്സ്പെക്ട് ചെയ്തതാണ്. CS1 CB1 കുറച്ച് പേർക്ക്
CS1 CA1 is the best combination.
മുർഷി പറഞ്ഞതും കൂടി എടുക്കണം. ഇത് പേപ്പറാണ് എളുപ്പം, അത് ആദ്യം ക്രാക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. CB1 കുറച്ചും കൂടി എളുപ്പം.
CS1 means cost statistics.
അതൊന്ന് പറയുക.
7 പേപ്പറാണ്
Sorry, Michael. The CM1, CM2 for mathematics paper. And the CP1, CP2, CP3.
Core business papers ആണ്. അതിൽ ഫിനാൻസ്, എക്കണോമിക്സ്, മാനേജ്മെന്റ് അങ്ങനെ 7 പേപ്പറാണുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങളിപ്പം വിളിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് we are expecting potential faculties in the future for our program starting in June. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ആവണമെങ്കിൽ you should learn something. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നമ്മൾ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇത് കുറച്ച് പേരെങ്കിലും ആസറ്റ് എക്സാം എഴുതിയവരാണ്, പാസ്സായവരാണ്. ബാക്കിയുള്ള അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഫെബ്രുവരിയിൽ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ആസറ്റ് വിളിക്കും. ഫസ്റ്റ് യു ഹാവ് ടു അപ്ലൈ ഫോർ ഇറ്റ് ആൻഡ് പാസ് ദി എക്സാം. ആ ആസറ്റ് എക്സാം എഴുതാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ വേറെ എവിടെയും പോകേണ്ടില്ല, നിങ്ങളെ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ എക്സാം എഴുതാം. 50% ആണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു കട്ട് ഓഫ് അത് കിട്ടിയാൽ പാസ്സാകും. നോട്ട് വെരി ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട്. എൻട്രൻസ് ആസറ്റ് ആക്ച്വൽ കോമൺ എൻട്രൻസ് ടെസ്റ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ പഴയ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് ആക്ച്വൽസ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ കിട്ടും. അതിൽ ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം, അത് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നേരത്തെ മുഷിസാറൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഒന്നിച്ചിരിക്കാം. ഈ ഫെബ്രുവരി ഇപ്പോൾ വിളിക്കുന്നത് എക്സാം അല്ല, കോൾ ഫോർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ മാസം. അത് മിക്കവാറും മാർച്ചിൽ എക്സാം. നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഈ നമ്മളിപ്പം ഫൈനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സ്റ്റുഡൻസും ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഇപ്പൊ ഒക്കെ എല്ലാവരും ഒരേ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാവുക. അപ്പൊ അതിലെല്ലാം മാക്സിമം കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കണം. നമ്മൾ വേണ്ടത് സപ്പോർട്ട് നമ്മൾ തരും. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പഴയ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പേപ്പർ അതിന്റെ ആൻസർ കീയും ഒക്കെ വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അതിന്റെ ലിങ്ക് നിങ്ങൾ അയച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾ പോവുക, അത് എടുക്കുക, പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യുക. ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ തന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾ സ്വയം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ചെയ്യുക, അല്ലാതെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ആൻസർ ഒന്നിച്ച് നോക്കിയല്ല വേണ്ടത്. സ്വയം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇങ്ങനെ പഴയ പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്ത് നോക്കുക. എന്നിട്ട് നോക്കുക എത്രയാണ് ശരിയുണ്ട്, എത്രയാണ് തെറ്റിയത്, എവിടെയാണ് തെറ്റിയത് എന്ന് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യുക. എന്നിട്ട് ഡിസ്കഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പിന്നെ ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റോ നമ്മുടെ സൂം മീറ്റോ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് ആ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാം. അത് അത്ര സമയം, അത്ര കൂടുതൽ ദിവസമൊന്നും നിങ്ങൾ അതിന് വേണ്ടി ചിലവഴിക്കേണ്ടതില്ല. വൺസ് നിങ്ങൾ ആസറ്റ് ക്വാളിഫൈ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ യു ക്യാൻ രജിസ്റ്റർ ആസ് എ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്. അപ്പൊ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് മെമ്പർ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അടുത്ത എക്സാം വരുന്നത് മെയിലാണ്. ആ മെയില് 2 പേപ്പറെങ്കിലും പാസ്സായാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ജൂൺ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജൂലൈയിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവും. നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ടാർഗറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം, അതാണ്. അപ്പൊ സാർ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ പൈസ കുറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഇനി അടുത്ത പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ IFO എഴുതുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ പെട്ടെന്ന് പാസ്സാകുന്നുണ്ട്. AI എഴുതുന്നവര് കുറച്ച് ലാഗാകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒന്നുമില്ല, 1000 രൂപയുടെ പൈസയുള്ളൂ. 1000 രൂപയിലേ ഉള്ളൂ. 4000. ഓക്കെ. ഇപ്പൊ വാങ്ങാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അതുകൊണ്ട് റിസൾട്ട് കൂടിയുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോഴും ക്യാഷ് കൂടിയുണ്ട്, ഫീസ് കൂടിയുണ്ട്, റിസൾട്ടും കൂടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ IFO അത്രയല്ലല്ലോ, IFO 30-40 ഉണ്ട്. റിസൾട്ട് ഏതിന്റെയായിരുന്നു? CM1 അപ്പോഴേ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യണം. 2 പേപ്പറെങ്കിലും മിനിമം നമ്മൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് അത് മെയിൽ ട്രാക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അത് ഒരു നേരത്തെ ഇവരൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇവരൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് സപ്പോർട്ട് ഉണ്ട്. സാറായാലും ജയസാഗർ സാറായാലും സാറായാലും 2 എക്സാം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മെയിൽ ചെയ്താം. അപ്പൊ അതില് ഞങ്ങളൊരു പക്ഷെ സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് CB1 സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ കാരണം CS1-ഉം CM1-ഉം ഇത് മാത്തമാറ്റിക്സ് പേപ്പർ അത് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. ആക്ച്വലി പഠിച്ചവർ ആ പേപ്പർ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. ആന്റിറ്റിയും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ കുറെ നൊട്ടേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത്തിരി കൺഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന നൊട്ടേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. സാർ CB1 ഒക്കെ ഗോപൽ സാറൊക്കെ എടുക്കും. അപ്പൊ അത് നമുക്ക് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം. ആദ്യം നിങ്ങൾ കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ആസറ്റ് പാസ്സാത്ത ആൾക്കാർ ആസറ്റ് ഈ ഫെബ്രുവരിയിലെ എക്സാം അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാം. പാസ്സാവും, യാതൊരു സംശയമില്ല. ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്താൽ മതി. ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ പാരലൽ നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങാം. അത് ആസറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾ ക്വാളിഫൈ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ പാരലൽ നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങാം. അതിന് മുമ്പ് നിങ്ങൾ ഡിസൈഡ് ചെയ്യാം ഏത് പേപ്പറൊക്കെ എടുക്കണമെന്ന്. CS1 CM1 ആണോ, CS1-ഉം CB1 ആണോ എന്ന് ഓക്കെ. CS2 നിങ്ങൾ അടുത്ത സ്റ്റെപ്പ് എടുത്താൽ CS1 കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CS2 എടുത്താൽ അത് MSc സ്റ്റാറ്റ്സ് ആയിട്ട് CS1 CS2 കൂടി എളുപ്പമാണ്. പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങൾ വിചാരിക്കുന്ന MSc സ്റ്റാറ്റിസ്റ്റിക്സ് പഠിച്ച അതേ ലാഘവത്തോടു കൂടി പഠിച്ചാൽ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. വളരെ സിസ്റ്റമാറ്റിക് ആയിട്ട് പഠിക്കണം. വളരെ സിസ്റ്റമാറ്റിക് ആയിട്ട് പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഓക്കെ. കാരണം എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നോക്കാം, പിന്നെ MSc സ്റ്റാറ്റ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞ എല്ലാവരും JRF നെറ്റ് ക്വാളിഫൈ ഉണ്ടാവും ഇല്ല. അത് വേറെ ലെവലിൽ പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ വേണം. അപ്പൊ അത് ഒന്ന് വളരെ സിസ്റ്റമാറ്റിക് ആയിട്ട് പഠിച്ചാൽ മതി, വേറെ പ്രശ്നമൊന്നുമില്ല. അതെല്ലാം ഭയങ്കര ഇൻഡിപെൻഡന്റ് ആയിട്ട് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളൂ, ഭയങ്കര ടഫാണ് എന്ന് എനിക്ക് അഭിപ്രായമില്ല. ഞാനൊരു 6-7 years ആയിട്ട് ടീച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്കറിയാം. ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ അറിയാം, ഇവരൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചതാണ്, എക്സാം എഴുതിയ ആൾക്കാരാണ്, പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. മാത്രമല്ല ഇവരൊന്നും നിങ്ങളെക്കാട്ടിയും വെരി ഹൈ ലെവലിൽ പഠിച്ചു വന്ന ആൾക്കാരൊന്നും അല്ല എന്ന് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. എനിക്ക് ദിനേശ് സാറിന് അറിയാം, ഏകദേശം എൻ്റെ ബാച്ചോ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത ബാച്ചോ ആണ്. ഇവരൊക്കെ നമ്മളെ പോലെ സാധാരണ ലെവലിൽ പഠിച്ച് ഒരു ആവറേജ് സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആണ്. ട്രാക്ക് ചെയ്യാം.
ഒരു മെയിൻ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഇതൊരു ചെറിയൊരു ഫീസ് ചാർജ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, ആ ചാർജ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. എന്തും നമ്മൾ ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് കൊടുത്താൽ അത്ര സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കില്ല. നമ്മൾ ഫീസ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്തു, അടുത്ത എക്സാം ഫെയിലായി വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ അത് മറക്കല്ല, നമ്മൾ നിങ്ങളെ കൂടി ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും അല്ലേ സാർ? ഒരു അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് നിങ്ങൾ ശരിയാ റെഡി ആവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളെ കൂടി ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഫീസ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ ഇതൊരു നോൺ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ. ഞങ്ങൾ 4 പേരും ഒരു ഫീസ് വാങ്ങാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചിട്ടല്ല. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകണമെങ്കിൽ അത് കുറച്ച് എക്സ്പെൻസ് ഒക്കെ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനകത്ത് ആ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിൽ ഉപകരിക്കും, അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ് ബ്രാൻഡ് അംബാസിഡേഴ്സ്, നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ് ഇതിന്റെ ഷെയർ ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ്. ആവാൻ താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇത് ഒരുമിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത വോട്ടിംഗിലേക്ക് പോകാം.
It's not 1 lakh, it's 10,000. You wrote it is 1 lakh?
No. ഫെയിൽ ആവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ ചിന്തിക്കില്ല, അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തു ഫെയിലായി പൈസ പോയി അടുത്ത സെഷനിൽ നിങ്ങളെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വിധത്തിലാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് പിന്നീട് ആലോചിക്കാം. കുട്ടികൾ വിചാരിക്കത് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പോലെയാണ് പോയി. പത്ത് വരെ വോട്ട് തന്നു, 10 വരെ വോട്ട് തന്നു.
നേരത്തെ ചെയ്തു ഇല്ല 13 വരെ വോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളൂ.
നോട്ട് ജോയിനിങ് ഫോർ ദ ക്ലാസ് ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. അതിനാണോ കൂടുതൽ വോട്ട്?
അറിയാതെ തെറ്റിപ്പോയതാ, അറിയാതെ തെറ്റിപ്പോയതാ.
ഇല്ല, ഞാൻ ഹൈഡ് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ച് കേട്ടു.
ക്ലാരിഫിക്കേഷൻ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ.
CM1 23% ഹയസ്റ്റ് ഫോർ CM ആണ് സാർ. ഞാൻ ഇതെടുക്കുന്നില്ല, കാലത്തേക്ക് ഇതെടുക്കുന്നില്ല, കുറെ പേരുണ്ടാവില്ല.
CS1 മാത്രമില്ല.
CS1
ഒരു സബ്ജക്റ്റിന്റെ ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ് ആണ് കോസ്റ്റ്. അത് CS1
ആഡ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു അല്ലേ?
അതെ, ഒരു കോഴ്സിന് മാത്രം.
ആഡ് ചെയ്താലേ പോകൂലേ?
അത് ആഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത് ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്യണമല്ലോ.
അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിലേക്ക് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇല്ല.
അതല്ലേ അവരോട് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. CS1 മാത്രമാണെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ CS1 CB1
CS1 മാത്രമാണ് എത്ര വരുന്നത്?
അതിൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല.
CS1 മാത്രമാണെങ്കിൽ
അത് ചോദിക്കില്ല. ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഓപ്ഷൻ അതിലേക്ക് വെച്ചാൽ മതി.
അല്ല അതില് CS1 CB1 ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ. 5000 രൂപയിലുള്ളൂ.
CS1 CB1 അല്ലേ?
ആ അതിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം. CS1 മാത്രമുള്ളവരും CS1 മാത്രമുള്ളവരും
CS1 and CB1 എന്ന് പറയല്ലേ, അത് CS1 മാത്രമായിട്ട് എടുക്കാം. ഓക്കെ, അത് CS1 മാത്രമായിട്ട് എടുക്കാം. CB1 നമുക്ക് വേണ്ട.
CS1
അങ്ങനെ മാറ്റി.
അതെ
പിന്നെ
കൂടി
എന്താ CS1 ഉണ്ട്. CS1 ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റഡ് ആണ്.
കുറച്ചുകൂടി അധികം പറ്റേ. പച്ച എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമൊന്നുമില്ല.
നിങ്ങൾ പച്ച കൊടുത്തില്ല,
പച്ച കൊടുത്തല്ല അവര് കൊടുത്ത. നമുക്ക് ഇതെന്ത് പച്ചാക്കണ്ടേ?
ശരി, പച്ച ഹയസ്റ്റ് ആയോണ്ടാ പച്ച കാണിക്കുന്നത്.
വില കുറവുള്ള നോക്കി
അല്ലല്ല,
റേറ്റ് കുറവുള്ള നോക്കി.
CS1 26%, CS1 20 ആയി. എത്ര പേരാ ഉള്ളത്? 38 ഇല്ല. റെസ്പോൺസ് 30. ഇപ്പൊ 23 ആൾക്കാരെ 35 വോട്ട്സ് വന്നു. 35 വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരു 3 ആൾ കൂടി ചെയ്യാൻ 38 തന്നെ ഓർമ്മ.
എത്ര ആരൊക്കെയുണ്ട്?
രണ്ടുപേരും കൂടി ചെയ്യണം. ഏതാ ഓപ്ഷൻ? ഇപ്പൊ പച്ച കുറച്ച് കുറഞ്ഞു.
പച്ചയുടെ കാഠിന്യം കുറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലേ?
പിന്നെ അവര് രണ്ട് പേപ്പർ എടുക്കുന്നത് അതാണ് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത്.
ഇവരുടെ പ്രയാസം രണ്ടുപേരുടെ ഒന്നിച്ചെടുത്താലും കിട്ടൂല വെച്ചിട്ടാണോ?
ലാസ്റ്റ് ഓപ്ഷൻ തെറ്റിയില്ല.
അതാ അതൊരു
ഉള്ളിൽ കടന്നു. അപ്പൊ അത് വേറെ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഇല്ല. പുറത്തു പോകണമെങ്കിൽ ആ പച്ച കളഞ്ഞിട്ടേ പറ്റൂ.
അത് ചോദിച്ചത്
അല്ല, അത് വന്നല്ലോ ഇവിടെ. CS1 ഉണ്ട്, CB1 ഒറ്റക്ക് കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല നമ്മള്. CB1 ഓൺലി ഫോർ CB1 ഉണ്ട്, ഓൺലി ഫോർ CM1 ഉണ്ട്, ഫോർ CS1 ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഓരോന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ കാര്യമായിട്ട്. CS1 CM1 ഒന്നിച്ച് ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് 3 പേർക്കാണ്. അടുത്ത നോക്കാം. ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ കൂടെ ഉള്ളൂ. റേറ്റ് കുറഞ്ഞാണ്ടാ തോന്നുന്നല്ലേ? സ്കോളർഷിപ്പ് കൊടുക്കാം. കഴിഞ്ഞോ? എത്ര 36 രണ്ടുപേർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ 38 ഇല്ലേ ടോട്ടൽ? ഇല്ലേ 38 ഇല്ലേ? 38 ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ കണ്ടെന്ന് എന്റെ ഓർമ്മ. രണ്ടുപേരും കൂടി പോയോ? ആരെങ്കിലും വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ബാക്കിയുണ്ടോ? എന്റെ കളവട്ടാന്ന കളവട്ടെ ഇന്ന് താഴെ മറ്റേ പച്ചാണ്ട് പോയോ ഒരു പച്ച ഉണ്ടാവും. 37 വന്നു. ഇനി ഒരാളും കൂടി ചെയ്യാൻ. ഇപ്പൊ CS1 CM1 പോയിട്ടോ. ആർക്കും രണ്ട് വേണ്ടാന്നുള്ളതാണ് അല്ലേ? അതൊക്കെ പിന്നെ മാറിക്കോളും, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. നമുക്ക് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ആകുമ്പോഴേക്ക് സമയത്ത് മാറും. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് അത് നോക്കാം. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞോ? ഇല്ല, ഒരാളും കൂടി പോട്ടെയാണ്. 38 ഒരാളും കൂടി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു. താഴോട്ട് കണ്ടിട്ട് താഴെ ഉണ്ടോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ. അത് ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തോ? ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയില്ലല്ലോ. നോട്ട് ജോയിനിങ് ഫോർ എനി ക്ലാസ്. അപ്പോ ഓക്കെ, അതില് നോട്ട് ജോയിനിങ് ഫോർ എനി ക്ലാസ് ഓപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ഇങ്ങനെ പ്രയാസമുള്ളവരാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് അതാണ് പറയുന്നത്. കാശില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് എക്സാം റൈറ്റ്. പിന്നീട് സംസാരിച്ചാൽ മതി. കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ നമ്മൾ നേരിട്ട് കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഇപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കട്ടെ. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം CS1 ഉണ്ട്, CM1 ഉണ്ട്, CB1 കുറച്ച് പേരുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഇനീഷ്യലി ഓൺലൈൻ നമ്മൾ സൂം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ സൂമാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ആ സൂമില് ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് ക്യാമ്പസിൽ ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോഴേ റെസിഡൻഷ്യൽ ആകുമ്പോൾ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ പണ്ടൊക്കെ നമ്മളത് ഒന്നിച്ചിരുന്ന് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്താൽ പഠിക്കാം. പൊതുവെ അത് അഭിനാഭിനായിട്ടുള്ള സംശയം. അത് നിങ്ങൾ കമ്പനി സ്റ്റഡി ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. അതോ ഒന്നിച്ചെടുത്ത് പഠിക്കാം. ഒരുപാട് സമയം കിട്ടും, ഒരുപാട് ഐഡിയാസ് കിട്ടും. പ്രോബ്ലംസ് ഒക്കെ വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഒരാൾക്ക് അറിയാവുന്ന പഠിക്കാൻ അറിയും. അത് അങ്ങനെ രീതിയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നില്ല. ആ വോട്ടിംഗ് നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ചോദിക്കാം. റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ക്യാമ്പസിൽ ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത്. അതിലുള്ള ഹോസ്റ്റൽ സൗകര്യം ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് വേണം. ഓൺലൈൻ തന്നെ പോയി. അപ്പൊ ക്ലാസ് എന്ന് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു നമുക്ക് പ്രശ്നമില്ല. അപ്പൊ CS1 C11 CB1 ആണ് ഉള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അതിലെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് റെഡിയാണ്. ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങണം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞത് തീരുമാനിക്കാം. ഈ വർഷം സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയർ
അതുവരെ ഓൺലൈൻ ഏതാ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി? കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി MSc സ്റ്റാറ്റിസ്റ്റിക്സ് അല്ല, പക്ഷെ അത് കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി എപ്പോഴാണ് കഴിയുന്നത്? ഓഗസ്റ്റോ? നമുക്കത് ചെയ്യാം. അത് നോക്കട്ടെ. ഇല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വെക്കേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാ? ഏപ്രിൽ മെയ് വെക്കേഷൻ ഇവർക്ക് വെക്കേഷൻ അല്ലാതെ കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി മാത്രം ഫറൂഖിലൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് സ്ലോ ആണ്. അല്ല, ഓട്ടോണമസ് നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെയല്ലേ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ എക്സാം കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിലെ നടത്തുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അതങ്ങനെയാണ്. എത്ര പേരുണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ? കുഴപ്പമില്ല, നമുക്ക് അത് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാം. അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, നമുക്ക് ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യാം. ഒരു ഓൺലൈനിൽ എടുക്കാം. നമുക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയി ചെയ്യാം. ഈ കുട്ടികളുടെ പേരും മൊബൈൽ നമ്പറും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ അതായത് അത് പിന്നീട് നമുക്ക് തരണം. ഒരു ഫോൺ കൂടി ഇട്ടാൽ മതിയോ? വേറെ കേരള ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് അല്ലാത്ത കുട്ടികൾ എന്തൊക്കെയുള്ളത്? എവിടെയുള്ള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? കംപ്ലീറ്റ് കാലിക്കറ്റ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ക്യാമ്പസ് ആണ്. നിങ്ങൾ വോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ. വോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ അറിയില്ല ആരാ ചെയ്തത്. ഏകദേശം മാസം എപ്പോഴാകുമ്പോഴേക്കും കഴിയും. അവർക്ക് ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാലോ, അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്യാം. അവർക്ക് ഞങ്ങളുടെ നമ്പർ അറിയോ? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലോട്ട് കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഒന്ന് ആക്ടിവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. ഇപ്പം ഇന്ന് വന്ന ഈ പറയപ്പെട്ട ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ ഫോൺ നമ്പറും പേരും നമ്പർ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ഒക്കെ ഇല്ലേ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തത്, അത് ഇപ്പോൾ മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. ഇപ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാരെ മാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. എന്നിട്ട് അവരെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇടുക. ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ കൂടി അവർ കമ്പനി അതിൽ ഫോം ഫിൽ ചെയ്യുക. ആ ഫോമിൽ നമുക്ക് ചോദിക്കാം ചില കുട്ടികൾ വരാത്തവരുണ്ട് കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി വരാത്തവര്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം ഇതിൽ ആസറ്റ് പാസ്സാകത്തിൽ 5 പേര് 6 പേരാണ് കണ്ടത്. ആസറ്റ് പാസ്സായി. വെരി ഗുഡ്, വെരി ഗുഡ്. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവരെ ആസറ്റ് പാസ്സായി വേണം. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വീക്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഈ ആസറ്റിനെ പറ്റി ഒന്ന് ചെറിയ കൊടുക്കാം. അവരതിനെ പറ്റി അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കാം. അതിൽ ഇവരാരും ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. എംബസി സ്റ്റാഫ്സാര് നിങ്ങളെ ആസറ്റ് കണ്ടു പോയില്ല. ഇല്ലേ? ഒരു കാര്യം അറിയാൻ നമ്മുടെ വാട്സാപ്പിൽ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി വരികയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ പേര് നിങ്ങളുടെ നമ്പർ അറിയാതെ സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത്രയും കുട്ടികൾ പാസ്സായാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ആ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ആണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആക്ച്വലിനെ കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല പലരും പറഞ്ഞില്ല. ഇതാണ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി. ഈ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ചേർന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി ചേർന്നാൽ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് കിട്ടാൻ എൻ്റെ കമ്പനി ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ വീഡിയോയിൽ പറഞ്ഞു. ആ വീഡിയോയിൽ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് നിങ്ങൾ 2 പേപ്പർ ആശ്രയിച്ചില്ല. 2 പേപ്പർ പാസ്സായ ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പിന് വിളിക്കുന്നത്. കാര്യങ്ങൾ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നില്ല. 2 പേപ്പർ സബ്ജക്ട് പാസ്സായിട്ട് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഒരു പേപ്പർ പാസ്സാവാനാണ് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സെക്കൻഡ് പേപ്പർ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടില്ല. ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ജോലി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടില്ല. അതാണ് അതിന്റെ വഴി. അത് നിങ്ങൾ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി എടുക്കും. ഇനി നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ നമ്പർ ഉണ്ടാവും. അത് നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ പറ്റി ഇപ്പൊ മൈൻഡ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ പറ്റി ഇപ്പോൾ മൈൻഡ് ചെയ്യാം. ഈ ഇപ്പൊ വന്ന ഈ ആൾക്കാരെ അതിലുണ്ട്, അതില് ഇരിക്കുക. കുറെ ആൾക്കാർ പോയി ഉള്ളവരെ മാത്രം
എല്ലാവരും സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആയിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാവും.
എല്ലാവരും സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആയിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞവരടക്കം. ഇനി കേരളയിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാനുള്ളത് അത് അപ്പൊ സാറിന് ആക്സസ് കൊടുത്തതാണ്.
സാറേ ഞങ്ങൾ പിന്നെ
ചായ മിക്കവാറും കുഴപ്പമുണ്ടാവില്ല.
15th സാറ്റർഡേ ആണ്. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് രണ്ടുപേർക്കും CM1 ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കാം. CM1 B part. CS1 സാർ കൊടുക്കും.
അല്ല, ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസിന് മാത്രമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ഇവിടെ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ആക്ച്വൽ സയൻസും ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസും കൂടിയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് ആസ് എ ടൂൾ നമ്മൾ ടീച്ചിങ് ഒരു ടെക്നിക്സ് ടൂൾസ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ടീച്ചിങ്. ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് മാത്രം സ്പെഷ്യലൈസ് ആയി ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ സെന്റേഴ്സ് കോളേജിൽ കോഴ്സും ഒക്കെ എടുക്കാം. അത് ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് നന്നായിട്ട് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളവിടെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ പഠിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് കൊടുക്കില്ല ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ആക്ച്വൽ എടുക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് അല്ലാതെ ഡാറ്റാ സയൻസ് മാത്രമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിന് ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ സെന്റർ വേറെ ഉണ്ട്.
ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ആണെന്നല്ല
കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, കാലിക്കറ്റ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി അല്ലാത്ത യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജസ് നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ എവിടെയാ? എവിടെയാ? തമിഴ്നാട്. നിങ്ങൾ 3 പേര് എവിടെയാ? എവിടെയാ പഠിച്ചത്? നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ എവിടെയാ? അവരുടെ ഐഐയുടെ വീഡിയോസ് സെപ്പറേറ്റ് പർച്ചേസ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇവിടെ ചായ വന്നോ?
everyone joining